probably take an hour and a half. We're just gonna use the mics up there.
But for this one,
Oh, yeah.
so if we just turn it the other way, because if it hears no, it automatically turns on. So this,
Is there a way to?
they just turn.
Oh, really?
Oh.
Good morning.
My mic on?
Yeah, just move it a little closer.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, good morning. I'm calling the Board of Investment meeting to order. Today being Tuesday, September 13, 2022. I really want to take the opportunity to thank everybody to being here. This is so wonderful to finally get together in person. And we do respect the fact that some of our colleagues and some of our speakers will be appearing virtually. In my view, this is the new normal. I think that's probably how we're going to operate for the foreseeable future. So this is wonderful. I want to thank those of you, that's in particular the staff. You have done a tremendous job during the past 2.5 years. I mean, you always do a great job, don't get me wrong, but in particular, the past 2 years, all of you have a step up from my perspective. And I really appreciate that. As a beneficiary, I really thank you from the bottom of my heart. And I realize that you also have a skin in the game because it's also your retirement. But it is really wonderful to be here. I want to also take the opportunity to thank the trustees who have been appointed by the Board of Supervisors. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I really appreciate the time you give us. You don't get paid, or the pay is minimum. It's a lot of work, and you do it for free. So thank you. It is so important that we have your views, your ideas. We might disagree. That's okay. We can always agree to disagree, but we move on forward. The bottom line is that we all have an obligation to the fund. We have a fiduciary duty, and I'm very happy that everybody, since I've been here for 19 years or so, everybody has stepped up and everybody understands why we're here and the duty that we have to all our members, all of us, right? The retirees, the future retirees like me, and the other 185,000 members that we represent. So thank you in particular to the staff. It's not an easy task given the pandemic, but we are moving forward. At this point, I would like to introduce our esteemed CIO, Mr. Grable, for a few remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is fantastic to be here to do this in person. February 2020 was our last in-person meeting, and a lot's happened. The world's different in many ways since then. And in one way is really difficult in that for the last 2.5 years or so, I'm used to looking at a screen and trying to make eye contact at the same time. Now I have to do it from notes. And so this is an old skill that I have to relearn. But thank you, Mr. Chair. We've got a great day and a half, 2 days. The agenda over the next 2 days is something that was voted on by the board. So this agenda is the board's agenda. And just like to echo what the chair said, a big shout out to everyone for making this agenda happen, for the trustees, for identifying topics that are relevant, topics that advance our allocator to best in class investor agenda, our strategic plan, for staff, for putting together some really interesting, exciting panels. There'll be different formats. What I will, just to do some logistics, is during the sessions, that are going to be a variety of different formats, please raise your hand. Or for trustees that are on the Zoom, raise your virtual hand and the moderator will call on you. But the way these microphones work are they're voice activated. But I think that, and then when you're speaking, you can see the red light on it. So if your red light is on, just be mindful if you're not speaking to everyone that your conversation may be picked up. So always be mindful of hot microphones. So we have a variety of different formats, different voices. Once again, those voices are representative of the topics, the agenda as identified by the board. Want to thank once again everyone for being here. Also thank Alex and Linda in advance for all the logistical support. This is, as the chair said, this is the new normal, but this is the first for us in terms of putting together a format that is multimodal, or whatever the right word is. Big shout out once again to Linda and Alex in advance. And with that, I think I will turn it over to Linda, knowing that this is going to be a really productive and interactive event. So thank you, everyone.
Since this is a virtual meeting, we will have to do an attendance of the trustees. Mr. Knox? Oh. Mr. Kehoe?
I'm present.
Thank you. I see him say yes. Mr. Jones? Thank you. Mrs. Jones?
Good morning here.
Thank you. Mr. Kelly? Ms. Sanchez? Thank you. And Chair Santos.
Here.
Okay, trustees, please the Zoom chat option to be placed into queue. At this time, we ask all meeting participants to mute their mics until you're ready to speak. And now we will proceed with the agenda.
Can I just
Thank you.
confirm that my microphone's working?
Yes, we can hear you now. Thank you, Mr. Keough.
Good morning, Mr. Kehoe.
Good morning. I apologize for not being able to make it today. I've been under the weather.
We're happy that you're here, Mr. Kehoe. Before we proceed, I'd like to introduce Vivian Gray. The majority of you probably already know Vivian. Vivian is a trustee with the Board of Retirement, and she's also the president of the State Association of County Retirement Systems. So we really appreciate Vivian being here. And as always, she's my right-wing person here. So anyway, moving forward at this point, public comment.
We have received a request from the public to address the board. It's going to be Mrs. Amanda Mendoza. And Ms. Mendoza, you will have 3 minutes to address the board. Is this working? Yes.
All right. Good morning, Chair, members of the board. My name is Amanda Mendoza. I'm with Private Equity Stakeholder Project, a nonprofit that focuses on impacts on private equity, on people, and the planet. Later today, LACERA will hear from Mark Carney of Brookfield Asset Management about investment opportunities related to the energy transition. Brookfield is one of the largest asset managers in the world, with over 750 billion assets under management. And in 2019, Brookfield acquired a majority stake in Oaktree Capital, which manages 159 billion of those assets. In July 2021, on the same day that Brookfield announced it had raised an initial 7 billion for its global transition fund that will focus on the acceleration of the global transition to net zero global economy, Brookfield also expanded its budding oil and gas empire with a 6.8 billion hostile bid for Inner Pipeline's oil sands infrastructure. The current investment portfolios for Oaktree and Brookfield both hold substantial fossil fuel investments. Oaktree owns 25 fossil energy companies, while Brookfield owns an additional 15. Between the two of them, 53% of their energy companies are in fossil fuels. While Brookfield has expanded the number of renewable holdings to larger their share of its overall portfolio, Oaktree continues to mainly be focused in fossil fuels. Oak Tree's fossil fuel exposure has grown further in recent years, with at least 2 upstream acquisitions in 2020, including a $900 million investment in Four Pass Energy Drilling Company in Colorado and a $700 million commitment to Banpu Callan Ventures to pursue upstream natural gas. Oak Tree also partnered with Diversified Energy in a $1 billion venture in 2020, which picked up 660 producing wells in Oklahoma in October of 2021. Diversified has been on an acquisition spree, gobbling up oil and gas wells to become the largest well owner in the United States with 69,000 wells. And an investigative report by Diversified's Appalachian Operations by Bloomberg called it an empire of dying wells, finding that many of the well sites are barely producing any usable gas, but the aging equipment is leaking methane. Bloomberg stated in its investigation of 44 well sites that at 59% of them, emissions were significant enough to cause the detector to sound a safety alarm, indicating that the concentration of methane near the instrument sensor exceeded 5,000 parts per million, excuse me, when normal air contains about 2 parts. The International Energy Agency said that tackling methane emissions from fossil fuel operations is essential to combat climate change. Brookfield also partnered as part of a consortium of private equity firms that signed a $10 billion deal in 2020 with the Abu Dhabi National Oil Company. Other global deals include investments in Brazil's gas pipeline network, which is responsible for approximately 50%.
Yeah, you're almost 3 minutes.
Okay,
Thank
thank you
you.
so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Linda, for keeping track of the time. Appreciate that. Any further public comment?
No, that's it.
Thank you. Now, moving forward to consent item. First item is AB 361. We are meeting here publicly, as well as we said before, the new normal. We also have the virtual attendance as well. So I will entertain a motion to adopt the AB 31 government section 54953E3. It's been moved. Second, any comment? Those we got to do a virtual, right? I mean, roll call.
Yes,
Please.
also, I forgot to call on Ms. Ginsburg. She is here in attendance for the board sorry about that. Okay, so we have Mr. Knox made a motion, seconded by Mr. Jones. Mr. Knox? Mr. Kehoe?
Aye.
Thank you. Jones?
Aye.
Thank you. Mrs. Jones?
Aye.
Ms. Sanchez? Chair Santos?
Here.
Okay, the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Moving forward, micro environment. Mr. Grable.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this morning we have 2 sessions. The first is on the macro environment, where we have 2 speakers within that section. That will be followed by a break. And then we have a section entitled Investment Opportunities Related to Energy Transition, and that will take us to lunch. And I will hand off to Derek Kong, who will introduce our first speaker. And once again, the goal is to make this interactive. So Derek will be calling on people with questions.
Good morning, trustees, staff, and speakers. For the first event this morning, we are fortunate to have 2 speakers, as John mentioned, who through their own and unique lenses will try to dissect and distill for us their views of the relevant factors that impact the global macroeconomic environment. While we at LACERA take a long-term view on investing, we believe developing a comprehensive macro outlook is essential to inform our investment decisions today, so that we make the right decisions that will produce, protect, and provide the promised benefits to our members in the future. Our first session will discuss geopolitics, which we think provides a good backdrop for the rest of the offsite, as it will hit upon many important themes that will be discussed in later sessions. In fact, to say geopolitics touches many things these days is a significant understatement. There's a famous saying, may you live in interesting times, and we certainly are living that today, fortunately or unfortunately. While still recovering from the disastrous consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic at the beginning of the year, the world was suddenly thrust into the largest armed conflict in Europe since World War II. The conflict between two commodity superpowers in Europe, Russia and Ukraine, has impacted the prices of everything and has been a major factor causing record high inflation. In addition to Russia and Ukraine, the constant jockeying between China and the US could have catastrophic consequences should the Cold War turn into the hot war. To be sure, while geopolitics has historically always had an impact on the macro environment, its knock-on effects to the broader economy are particularly pronounced this year. To discuss his views on geopolitical themes impacting the macro environment, we are honored to have Mr. Kevin Kajiwara, one of the most sought-after advisors to Fortune 100 companies on geopolitics. Mr. Kajiwara is a renowned speaker and is currently co-president of Teneo's Political Risk Advisory Committee. He spends most of his time advising the largest companies on geopolitical strategy. Prior to Teneo, Kevin worked at the Eurasia Group, another prominent geopolitical risk advisory firm. With that, I will now hand off the podium to Mr. Kajiwara.
Well, thanks very much, Derek. Appreciate it. And normally, when I come and speak at events like this, they either put me at the very end of the day, right before the bar opens, or like today, at the very beginning, because we'll depress you and then everything will get better over the course of the day, hopefully. So I very much appreciate you having me here. And I want to talk about a few things, but I was thinking about what I was going to say to you, and I was struck by a couple of things that have happened this year that I think we need to, that will help contextualize what's going on in the world. The first is that after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, something very significant happened, which was the commercial response to that event. But it didn't all happen at once. And what was interesting to me was the first company out of Russia, which was BP, the largest investor in Russia, been there for a long time, $25 billion of sunk investment, the first to go. Those who delayed and several weeks later were still looking around trying to figure out what they were going to do are companies that you would typically think would be very, very attuned to public sentiment. Starbucks, McDonald's, Coca-Cola, and the like. And why was that? And I think the reason really comes down to there are certain types of companies, hydrocarbons and other natural resources companies, sort of first and foremost, but they're not the only ones. Companies that think through, model, and plan for risk, right? Whereas a lot of other companies sort of, I think, free ride on a lot of what those types of companies do. So like President Eisenhower once said about military planning, right? Once the first bullet flies, the plan goes out the window. Everything changes. But the act of planning was everything. And so I think one of the things going forward that's going to be absolutely critical, where more and more black swan events or more tail risk is happening more often than we had ever assumed, and those risks are all compounding on each other. The act of planning by boards and by C-suites is going to be absolutely critical to getting these things right. Because I think we need to realize that there is going to be no return to the status quo ante, number one. Number two, we need to remember that political actors, whether they be leaders like a Putin or individual voters like a voter in the UK voting for Brexit, individual political actors will take actions against their economic self-interests a lot more often than we would like to think. And of course, in the wake of the Russia-Ukraine situation, once everybody kind of figured out how they were going to essentially play it, they immediately started thinking, well, where's that next risk going to come from? And their immediate pivot was to Taiwan, China, Taiwan, and that was only exacerbated by Speaker Pelosi's trip there earlier this summer. So, again, people are starting to think where that next risk is going to where that next risk is going to come from. And we have to recall also that CEOs in particular have got to think through the notion that the scorecard on what they say and what they do is going to be instantaneous because of 24-hour media, because of social media, because of a 24-hour market and the like. But they all understood for a long time that their messaging was going to be read in different ways and needed to be calibrated. It's going to be heard differently in Washington than it's going to be heard in Beijing, than it's going to be heard in Brussels. But today also it's going to be heard differently in Sacramento than it's going to be heard in Tallahassee. The job is getting tougher, right? The second is, as I was thinking through the events of this last week with the death of Queen Elizabeth, earlier this, several years ago, the noted political scientist Francis Fukuyama came out with the theory of the end of history, right? That essentially we had achieved a system of representative democracy and a regulated free market that was essentially the sort of the apex of the human political experience. And that has been called into question. But really, so much of the post-war modern mythology of the United States, of the United Kingdom, and so on and so forth, comes out of those ashes of World War II. And in a sense, Queen Elizabeth really represents the end of that, kind of like Gorbachev dying a few weeks ago, the last vestige of the Soviet Union. We lost our own with, say, the death of President George H.W. Bush. But what it all sort of signifies is that, it's really not so much the end of history, but as Foreign Affairs in its centennial edition that's out right now from the Council on Foreign Relations, which I'm a proud member of, it's really not the end of history, it's the beginning of history. It's this next phase of history as we end what we have thought of collectively and sort of in shorthand terms of globalization in the post-war era. And we also learn that we really just cannot straight line anything, right? Just because of an event today does not mean that, what you think is going to come out of that is where we're going. In other words, this turn in the Ukrainian fortunes on the battlefield in recent days does not mean Ukraine is necessarily going to win. COVID, we didn't know on day one that it was going to go pandemic. What if SARS had gone pandemic, right? What if Boris Yeltsin, had appointed Viktor Chernomyrdin instead of Vladimir Putin 20 some years ago to be the next leader of Russia? You can't straight line anything. And so we're going through something right now that nobody has ever gone through before. No CEO, no board, no regulator, no government, no market participant, no nobody, right? And that's 4 things that are happening right now. And they're all happening together. So I want to go through these a little bit because I think it's, the good thing for an organization like LACERA is you do take a long-term view. A lot of others don't, from the companies that you're investing in to probably some of the investors that you work through as well, right? The world does not work on a quarterly earnings cycle, does not work on a 2-year congressional election cycle. So there are a few large pillars that are moving tectonically that I think are worth considering. The first is the rise of China. The second is the role that the United States is going to play going forward. The third is obviously climate change and the energy transition. And fourth is technological disruption. And I'm not talking about disruption in terms of new technologies and the next iPhone or iPad or whatever. What I'm talking about is technology's disruption of the fundamental nature of how institutions of power and the populations interact with one another. All of these things are in flux right now, and they are going to be with us for the remainder of this century. So let's break those down just a little bit, right? So let's start with the rise of China as an example. Now, one country supplanting another as the largest economy in the world is something that happens very, very rarely, right? About maybe fewer than 20 times essentially in human history. And the reality of it is that most of the time that occurs not peacefully. The last time it happened, which was the United States overtaking the United Kingdom back in the late 1800s, is the exception that proves the rule, right? But those are two systems that had a shared history, a shared language, a shared set of values, a shared general sense of approach to business and economic growth. China represents a completely different order. Now, I am not necessarily a disciple of Graham Allison and the Thucydides trap idea that the rising power and the declining power will inevitably sort of go to war. I'm also a believer that China, for all of the accomplishments that it has had and becoming the second largest economy in the world, perhaps the largest on a purchasing power basis or what have you, but a country that remains dependent on the export of its manufactured goods and on the import of all of the inputs into those goods, I would argue that they are acting very, very rationally and very normally, in a sense, in terms of their military buildup. Why in the world would they continue to outsource the protection of those very, very critical supply chains and export chains to their largest competitor? For 70 years, they have essentially free-ridden on the U.S. Navy to protect those supply chains. I think that time is now changing. Now, having said all of that, I don't think that Xi Jinping necessarily sleeps very well at night, right? He has got a lot of compounding and growing problems. The population of China topped out this past year, about 15 years before the United Nations actually anticipated that was going to happen. China going into a declining population, right? You've got and there's a lot of reasons for that, but a lot of those are actually social and political, and they haven't changed this dynamic in China, even as they've come out of the one-child policy, right? There is no social safety net. So younger people have to take care of their parents, which is financially like having a kid, as an example. One of the benefits of women becoming more empowered in China is they wait later to get married, they have fewer children and the like. In Europe today, or in a country like Iceland, where 80% of children are born out of wedlock, 40% of children in the United States born out of wedlock, less than 2% of children are born out of wedlock in China, because there is a social stigma attached to that. So a declining population, a declining workforce is a long-term trend of concern for China. Also, of course, is the ongoing impact of the zero COVID policy, which Xi Jinping is really essentially, has completely bought into. It's impacting their economic growth, as you all know, but it is also creating a lost generation, right? Youth unemployment is very, very high in China. So how are they going to circumvent that? The next big event in China, obviously, is the Party Congress, which is going to occur next month. Now, what's interesting about China to me, we were talking about this at breakfast earlier today. The problem with autocracies is that over time, they become more insular, they become more paranoid, and leaders get surrounded by essentially yes men. If you think back to when Vladimir Putin came into power, he was surrounded by a more diverse group of advisors, including some economic liberals and progressive thinkers. Those people are all completely gone today, right? Those who surround Putin are the members of the Siloviki, right? They are members of the security apparatus of Russia, and they are very much like him. And so as a result, it becomes quite clear. He did not have a good 360 view of what he was going to encounter once they crossed that border into Ukraine, and they're paying the price for that today. China, on the other hand, looked like it was about to maybe thread that needle in a way, right? The Chinese Communist Party is the autocratic power institution, but they had built into it a dynamic of replacing the leader every 10 years. And so that created a consensual environment, and it created some dynamism, and it kept it a little bit younger, right? Xi Jinping is going to be reappointed to all of his positions between the Party Congress next month and the People's Congress in March of next year, and can potentially set himself up for lifelong rule. That is a problem, because we are already starting to see the elements of that behavior of becoming a bit more paranoid, right? You've eliminated all opposition to yourself. So you're surrounded by people who won't speak truth to power, and that leads you to make, suboptimal decisions. So the key to watch, right? I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of headline-making fireworks coming out of the Party Congress. He's going to get these positions despite the fact that Chinese growth has been impacted so greatly. But serious sinologists, people who understand China far greater than I do, are going to be watching very carefully the last day of that Congress when the new standing committee, the 7 men who are going to who run China. they're going to be watching very closely to see the composition of that committee. Are those people those who are most closely associated with Xi Jinping? Or are there some people in there who are a little bit younger or who represent different factions? That will tell us a little bit about the strength that she has within the Chinese Communist Party. So, we've learned a lot, obviously, over the course of both the pandemic and the post-pandemic period about supply chain resiliency, as an example. And even as they go into these rolling lockdowns in different parts of the country, which are affecting giant portions of the population and giant portions of GDP production. But it creates this concertina effect that's constantly coming undone and redone with regards to the global supply chain. And so, but the reality of it is as much reshoring, nearshoring, friendshoring, whatever shoring you want to talk about that's kind of going on out there, it's only compounding how reliant we remain on China. Headline news that Apple's going to make some of the next iPhone in India, but the reality of it is more and more of it is done. It used to say on the back of your iPhone, designed in Cupertino, made in China. Now it's really designed in China and California and made in China. That is what we're seeing, because United Airlines used to basically be subsidized from out of San Francisco to Hong Kong and Shanghai purely by Apple. Apple basically bought out business class on that flight. They have canceled the nonstop flights to Hong Kong, only running a few to Shanghai every week because Apple executives are not traveling to China anymore, right? So more of the design work, more of the managerial work got outsourced to China over the course of the pandemic, and that has not changed. But even as you think about, right? I mean, every CEO in the world has become a China expert in a way, with good reason, obviously. But as you think about reshoring, or if you think about diversifying a China plus one supply chain policy, what that's doing is it's taking managements into countries that they understand a lot less well than they understand China, number one. Number two, everybody's scrambling to find the same places at the same time, whether it be Vietnam or Poland or whatever the case may be. And third, even when you get to nearshore, even if you're trying to move manufacturing into, say, northern Mexico right now, and you look at these office parks and manufacturing centers in the northern border areas of Mexico, you'll find that China is already there, having bought up a lot of the real estate, et cetera. But I am not somebody who believes in this inexorable rise of China. China's got, I think we would be remiss to underestimate the amount of sort of anti-China sentiment that there is out there right now. It's on the rise, partially just because they are a great power. Some of the criticism is legitimate, but some of the criticism is just because they're big. Think about all of the pro and anti-US sentiment that there has been out there for all of these years. Even when even when the United States has been generally a force for good for a lot of its allies. And that brings me to the second pillar, which is the US, right? The role of the United States. Now, if you think about it, the United States essentially designed and built, defended and perpetuated, and most importantly, benefited most from the system coming out of World War II, right? All of the institutions of the United Nations and the Security Council, the institutions of Bretton Woods, like the World Bank and the IMF, the non-proliferation regime, the precursors to the WTO, all of these things that allowed for a change in the way the global economy worked, right? Where companies were able to take advantage of global labor rate differentials, global economies of scale, global markets, global currency differentials, all of these things which we sort of collectively refer to as globalization. All of that is now being sort of called into question. And let's think about some of the externalities of that. One externality, which is important to all investors, is that created an environment where the multinational corporation became the single most important economic actor in the world, right? That is being called into question. If you look at Chinese companies, even those that are erstwhile, that are ostensibly private companies, they are effectively extensions of the foreign and economic policy of the Chinese Communist Party, and they are not beholden to a quarterly earnings cycle or a 2-year congressional congressional election cycle as an example. But the other externalities of these are more human, right? We have had the longest period in history of peace between the greatest powers, right? And we think about all of these wars that have gone on, whether it be Vietnam or Iraq or Afghanistan or now Ukraine. They all make the front pages of the newspapers, but the percentage of the population of the world that's dying in war has gone down dramatically during this Pax Americana, which has allowed for, the rise of a lot of countries, the greatest move out of poverty in the history of the world, right? Lower child mortality, infant mortality, and child mortality rates, more opportunities for women, for minorities, for everything. All of this has happened under this type of an environment. So when that starts to change, and by the way, it's not a shift from the United States as sort of the global rule maker to another country, say China being the global rule maker. It really is, what Robert Kagan would describe as the jungle growing back, right? It is what the natural order of things has been throughout most of human history, which is essentially might makes right, and the most powerful, have the ability to beat other countries or other nation states or other principalities or whatever the organizing principle was at the time into some sort of submission. But obviously, this has not been a one-way street of rising, the rising tide lifting all boats, although that has occurred at a macro level. We have also seen, though, that has created greater inequalities within countries, within markets, particularly within, the wealthy democracies of the West, but quite frankly, also within countries like China as well. And we know that democracy is in decline and has been in decline throughout the 21st century. There are fewer democracies today than there were at the turn of the century. And within those democracies, the institutions that add up to a democracy, right? Because democracy is more than just about suffrage. Democracy is also about the institutions of power and of government, and being able to sort of have some visibility as to how your operating environment is going to look going forward. The institutions of democracy have been in retreat for some time. We've seen, obviously, on events like January the 6th, where those institutions are put to the test. They bent, they did not break. But you have to ask yourself, right, if the leadership of that insurrection had been more competent, let's just say, where would we have potentially wound up? So I think that we need to keep these things in mind. One thing I also want to just quickly touch on before I move on to climate change, though, is with regards to the war, the Ukraine-Russia war. And not only was this an act of aggression, but let's just think about this for a second, right? This was a redrawing of the map of Europe by force. And, we've seen this happen before when Iraq invaded Kuwait and the United States assembled a coalition of the willing and pushed Saddam Hussein out. But we have also seen Russia go into Georgia, Russia go into Ukraine, and every single time the world got very angry at him, at Putin, but didn't really do anything to push back. I could make an argument that Putin, there was a lack of logic, obviously, from an economic perspective of going into Ukraine. But given the actions that he has taken in Georgia, in Crimea, in Syria, and others, he could be forgiven for thinking that there was going to be no repercussions for him necessarily. Now, he bet wrong, but the logic sort of made sense in a certain way. And let's not forget, the US intelligence community was very, very open, unusually so, with allies and with American economic interests alike in saying that this is what was going to happen. Now, clearly, on February 24th, not every company, not every investor, and not every government around the world was equally prepared. Some believed, some didn't. But the point is that we had a lot of lead time that this was going to happen. But more importantly, we pat ourselves on the back because of the intelligence that we got before Russia went in. Where the intelligence wasn't so good about, though, and we really kind of forget about this, is how poorly prepared the Russian military was for this war, number one, and number two, how robust the Ukrainian pushback was going to be. That is what bought the time for the West to arm and give the money and give the political support that it continues to this day to Ukraine. If Russia had been right, if Russia had competently executed in those early days of February, and they had decapitated Kyiv within 96 hours, we would probably be standing here today pounding the table about what a bad guy Putin is, but not doing anything about it. So we needed this time, and that time created some interesting dynamics. Germany changed on a dime. Germany moved faster in this than I think we've seen Germany move in decades. That was one important thing. We saw the West come together, and I think that gives China some degree of pause going into as they consider their options with regards to Taiwan. It also taught us proliferation weapons lessons. Lesson number one of all of this, again, is you do not give up your nuclear weapons if you have got them. Ukraine did that after the end of the Soviet Union, although the launch codes were always in Russia, but still they lost that bargaining chip, right? Iran, North Korea, others are not going to be giving that up. But more importantly, this is where US leadership becomes also important again. If US protection is called into question on Taiwan, on Japan, on NATO, on anything else, which we have seen at different times and under different administrations, do other countries decide to join that nuclear race? And some of you probably studied game theory in here, but military game theory with regards to two superpowers is one thing. Trying to run game theory when you've got, say, China with as many nuclear weapons as the US and Russia do, that changes the dynamic dramatically and becomes much more complicated. The other thing here is that the sanctions are going to take time to bite. I think we've all seen that Russia has proven far more resilient economically than we had hoped, or even perhaps thought at the outset of this thing, even as robust as these sanctions have been. That is why these battlefield successes that Ukraine has seen in the last few weeks are so critically important as we head into this period of winter, which is going to test Western unity like nothing so far, because Ukraine needs to show successes. They need to still those voices that are saying, Ukraine, you ought to just sue for peace and, try to get to a ceasefire. Hopefully we'll get your stuff back for you sometime down the road. It looks like now there's a viable pathway to a Ukrainian victory, perhaps, and that will keep the money and the arms and the political support flowing. I know I'm up at the end of my time here, and I lost the last two pillars. And one thing I just want to say about the energy transition and climate change. We're all aware of the existential nature of the energy transition, of climate change. But one thing I want to say geopolitically about the energy transition, and you all know, all of the challenges which we're seeing. The geopolitics of the 20th century, so much of that could be defined around the quest for control of oil and other energy sources. But when you really think about it, oil is actually pretty well geologically dispersed around the world, right? And even though we've got a shortage of refining capacity, refining is actually pretty well distributed around the world. But when you think about the absolutely critical minerals for green energy transition, right? A lot of the metals and elements that are going to be necessary, they typically come in much more concentrated deposits. Happily, some of those are in places like Australia and Canada, but unhappily, a lot of those are concentrated in places like the DRC, as an example, or other places that could make the Middle East look stable by comparison. And more importantly, right now, there's a complete and almost monopolistic bottleneck on the refining capacity goes through China, right? You cannot build an EV today without China, full stop. So that's going to be another element. But I know I'm pushing up against the time. When you're the first speaker, it's my job to stay on time. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions or discuss in greater detail any of the anything I've touched on, or on the more kind of day-to-day things that are going on with China and Russia, Ukraine, or the US right now.
Any questions, raise your hand. Mr. Jones?
Thank you. That was a wonderful presentation. So question for you. You mentioned earlier that countries would be more willing to act against their own economic interests, perhaps highlighting perhaps more internal ideological constraints there. Can you talk a little bit more about what you think the one or two larger factors that might be driving such countries to, because the hope used to be, or the model used to be, globalization would make everybody equally greedy and no one would want to go to fight because you wouldn't want to lose out on the rewards. What's now become the kind of the counterbalance to that you see evolving?
So I don't actually think it's an evolution. I think it's human nature that I think, market participants and companies are becoming just more attuned to, in the sense that, the problem with my limited study of economics, right? I didn't really get out of the early stages but I hear it in a lot of economic presentations, right? Is that it's a more sophisticated version of believing in the rational actor, right? The rational consumer, et cetera, et cetera. But the reality of it is that we've got other things that are important to us. If you're a political leader, it is holding on to power and having that legitimacy. If you think about Xi Jinping as an example, right? They could very easily not be in the situation they are in today if China, and it has the financial firepower to do this, had bought mRNA vaccines from Pfizer and Moderna. They did not, because those were developed in the US and in Germany, right? And they're trying to develop their own, and now as a result, they have a very, very under vaccinated population in China. It's an economic disaster, right? 0.4% GDP growth in the last in the last report. I remember when on the night of the Brexit vote, one of the things I was telling clients and others at that time was, watch the constituency of Sunderland. Sunderland in England is the first constituency to report in any national vote, so that's the first one to see. It's also part of the industrial heartland of England, and the largest employer there is Nissan. Now, Nissan had told the people of that constituency, listen, we encourage you to vote Remain because we don't know if we're going to be able to supply Europe from here going forward. We don't know if this factory is going to remain in place. And so what I told people is, on that night, watch Sunderland. If Sunderland votes Remain, then the polls are probably playing out and you can go to bed. If Sunderland votes Exit, despite that admonition from Nissan, this is going to be a very, very long night indeed. And yet this notion of sovereignty and nationalism and all of it, right, that paid off in that political argument. And we can see that here in the United States, as well. So I think it's human nature. But it's just catching up.
I have a question regarding the last pillar you didn't get to, which is the impact of information on democracy. And when you think about kind of the traditional kind of political modeling, the more individualized the population is, where one person casts one vote, democracy tends to stand. When those groups get grouped under sort of umbrella organizations where one kind of person or entity can move many votes, then you get more and more sort of political corruption that makes its way into the process. Do you think that information creates more individual voices, or do you think that information actually creates more groups, sort of more consolidated groups? Meaning, what does that mean for democracy? And what's the role of misinformation and disinformation that has plagued so much of the discourse? Free and fair press is an important element of democracy, and part of that is fact checking that doesn't really occur right now online. And so those are two separate questions, but
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, the answer to your question is all of the above, right? It does create, you know, if you think back to the idealistic origins of the internet, right? It was this kind of, it was kind of like, you know, the printing press in a sense, right? It was the dissemination of more information, and that was going to be good. It was going to allow you to make a more informed decision. And for those who are educated, those who have complete digital access, those who have, you know, who like anything else, right? I mean, those of us who are well educated, you didn't just learn how to read, you learned how to read, right? Those things are, those elements are critical to being a responsible user of, you know, of technology. And as we have seen, at the same time, it also creates these, you know, you can go down the rabbit hole of the echo chamber where, you know, here you hear what it is that you want to hear. And as we have also seen, you know, the internet is not this global democratizer or flattener, right? In fact, it's being completely balkanized, right? There is a Chinese internet, there is a US internet, there's a Russian internet, right? And you know, when you've got control of the information flow for a short period of time, you know, and by short, I actually do mean years, though, places, you know, in more authoritarian regimes, that, you know, that buys a lot of, you know, that buys a lot of stability within your, you know, short-term stability within your population. In the United States, obviously, we're seeing this complete atomization. You know, we used to, you know, people who are my age, you would argue about, well, did you watch CBS, NBC, or ABC last night? It was a half an hour at 6:30, and they all were, you know, they were maybe one was slightly more conservative and more liberal than the other, but you were all essentially playing off the same hymn sheet. Now we're dealing with completely differing sets of realities. And my concern, though, is that, you know, for everybody who says this is the worst it's ever been, I would argue that's not really the case. That actually the post-war period, this kind of this afterglow of America's victory, the narrative that came out of that, and the greatest generation, and all of that came out of World War II, and becoming the preeminent economic actor in the world, and, you know, and doing these things. This was actually a short period, a period of American history. I shouldn't say short; it's about a third of American history, perhaps, where we've been together. But actually, most of American history, we have been pretty at each other's throats. No, you know, greater example of that clearly than, you know, what led to the Civil War and the aftermath of the Civil War. And unfortunately, we've had these levels of inequality. It's very interesting when you look at the percentage of wealth that's held in, you know, in the 1% or the 0.1%, whatever you look at it, and you look at that in history, you get these inflection points that it bounces off of. Similarly with immigration. This is not the first time we've had a major anti-immigrant push in this country, but it always happens at around the same time, when about 15% of the overall population is an immigrant, right? That's where we are right now. So there seem to be these sort of thresholds and unfortunately, we don't tend to come off of these historically without some major dislocations, usually violent. And, you know, sometimes those have been saved by wars. But in today's world, where war between the superpowers, as I said, wars that are going to take every single family in America and cost them in some way, shape, or form, you know, those types of wars are kind of unimaginable today. So when you think about the pandemic, when you think about the global financial crisis, when you think about, you know, even the afterglow of 9/11, which probably brought America closer together than any other event in recent years, that was a pretty short-lived thing until the Iraq War started, right? These events have just not been big enough, quite frankly. And so I don't actually have the answer to that.
Next.
Thank you very much for the presentation. It's interesting how quickly we take in information now, and we assimilate it and we adjust to new circumstances. My question for you would be, from our perspective is on the investment side, do you feel like the world is generally a more risky place now, or with what you described with McDonald's and Starbucks and Russia, do we just need to be prepared for more scenarios than we used to?
Yeah, I don't think that the world is necessarily riskier. There were always risks. What I think is important though is that at a kind of at a tectonic level, things are changing, right? I mean, when I describe the ingredients of globalization, right? Global labor rate issue differentials and all of those different things. If you got those things right, you were going to be a winner. If you missed out on all of that, whether you were a company or a country, you lost. And similarly, as we look at, trying to thread that needle between, okay, well, what role is the United States going to play? Is China going to be just a gigantic market, or are they going to be a blocker to what I'm trying to do? Am I going to be able to run the supply chains I have with all of this climate risk and so on? And am I going to get the transition right? Though if you can thread, the problem is that the eyes of there's so many needles now that threading the eyes of the needle, if I can use that example, is going to be a lot tougher. And so what I think as investors though is that it is in sort of the subtext of what I was trying to talk about today is it is important as you consider your investments, whether it's the investors who are investing on your behalf, or ultimately the companies themselves, is taking that step back and looking at the big picture about what is really changing. Because I think there's so many things happening so fast, that it's easy to lose the proverbial forest for the trees. So the world is not necessarily riskier today, depending on what industry you're in. Depending on your industry, it could be really risky, but that's always been the case, right? It's more, are you positioning yourself for that 2030 or that 2030 to 2050 kind of survival, really, I think.
Thank you very much. Because of time constraints, we have to move forward.
Thank you very much.
Great presentation, really appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Kevin. And not sure if, here we go. Thank you very much. I think that the last question is a great segue into part 2 of the session, because we move from bigger macro themes into the investment implications, and Kwok will do the introduction.
There's this little step there. Good morning, trustees, LACERA staff, and attendees. For our second macro session, we are delighted to have Jason Cummins, who is the head of research and chief U.S. economist for Brevan Howard, a macro hedge fund. Jason also serves as a trustee on the boards of the Brookings Institution, a think tank based in DC. He formerly served as a senior economist at the Federal Reserve, where he led the macro forecasting team, and also taught at NYU and Harvard. LACERA hired Brevan Howard in 2021. The investment sits within LACERA's risk reduction and mitigation portfolio. The investment has served its role as a diversifier, returning over 17% year to date as of the end of August, while both equity and bond markets are down meaningfully. Jason will discuss views on some of the challenges and forces driving today's macro environment in the US and internationally, and then talk about its implication on risk assets. If we can flip to the chart next. Oh, thank you. So on the left side of this chart, we show the interconnectedness of macro themes such as inflation, interest rates, monetary and fiscal policy, and the investment markets. On the right side of the chart, we show LACERA's total portfolio and its geographic and risk exposures. For example, on the outside orange circle, we show that our portfolio is over 2/3 exposed to US markets and the remainder exposed to non-US markets. Clearly, the macro environment has impacted behaviors of our portfolio over the recent period. Jason's commentary can help shed further light on the dynamics that have impacted institutional portfolios like LACERA's, and potentially what we can expect going forward. We would love for this conversation or this discussion to be interactive, so please interject with any questions throughout the discussion. And with that, I'll hand it over to Jason.
Thank you, Kwok. I wanted to pick up on Chair Santos's nice introduction, which is to get us all back together in person. The suit still fits. It's great to see people live. And it's great for me to be here in the Pac-12. I grew up in Eugene, Oregon in the Pac-12. I'm raising my family in the Pac-12 in Phoenix. I'll put an asterisk on this since you have taken both of your teams out of the Pac-12 and moved them somehow to the Midwest. In a way, my connection to the Southland in a roundabout fashion goes to one of my big topics today, which is inflation. My mother moved to Fullerton in the early 1980s, having suffered job dislocation as a result of the early 80s recessions, which were caused by inflation. As you know from your history textbooks, but not in your professional lifetimes as investors, Paul Volcker had to raise interest rates up to 20% in order to squeeze out inflation from the economy. And that caused tremendous distress, not only for investors, but also real people like my mom and my family. So she was displaced. She lost her job in Eugene. My father lost his job in Eugene, and she ended up moving down here to the Southland selling furniture and eventually working in corporate relocation. And so when we think about the kinds of potential economic environments that we've experienced, we obviously have a wealth of things we've gone through in the global financial crisis, the pandemic, and so on. But I want to activate your thinking with regard to the current macroeconomic environment by reminding you of that story of what it was like to deal with inflation. It was a very serious situation where policymakers had to make really hard choices. And the environment we've been in for the last, let's call it 40 years, has been an easier environment where policymakers were able to smooth out a lot of the shocks to the system in a way that helped investors and helped families. We're now in a situation where it's the reverse, because having to deal with inflation causes real costs. So in a way, I was glad to come in and listen to Kevin's talk as well. In a way, I will have a very different message for you, which is my own view, and I think generally at Brevin Howard, our view is that it's a much riskier environment. It's a much more dangerous environment, not only for investors, but also for American families. So I'll bring you through that kind of conversation today. The roadmap I'll set out for you is to paint a picture of where we see the current environment, give you a sense of where we think things are going. My crystal ball gets foggy after 6 or 12 months. Nobody's good enough to tell you what's going to happen in a year's time, as witnessed by everything that's happened in the last few years. I'll play a little bit of red team on our view to tell you about how we might be wrong, because we're continually testing ourselves at Brevin. The reason why I think we succeed as a culture in my firm in dealing with complexity is that we always are red teaming the view. So I want to ask you to join me in thinking about what could go right as opposed to what could go wrong. I'll tour through, as befits LACERA's portfolio, some of the global risks we see, and then try and draw out some broad implications for investing. And in that regard, I also put on my hat as a fiduciary. So I join you today from Brevin, but I also join you as someone who sits on the endowment at Swarthmore College, where we manage $3 billion and face the same decisions that you face, and also managing around $500 million in the endowment for Brookings, an institution that relies very significantly on its budget. So I take these things quite seriously when I sit in your seat as well. So with that as a roadmap, let me talk to you about the setup into this environment, the environment, and where I think we're going. From when my mom was selling furniture down there in Fullerton, the US economy and global economy has enjoyed tremendous structural forces, some of which tremendous positive structural forces, some of which Kevin picked up on. The Federal Reserve did conquer inflation in a Volckerian fashion, raised interest rates up, but that squeezed inflation out of the economy for the entirety of your investing career. Eventually, we were able to put our fiscal house in order going through the 1990s, culminating in something that is completely unimaginable today. We actually had budget surpluses. So fiscal and monetary policy were very friendly over this long period of time from the 80s. And there were a number of global structural forces that were very positive for investors and the economy. Among them, globalization, which we touched on, whether it was NAFTA or bringing China into the global economy. We also won the Cold War. which was a force that Greenspan, for example, would always talk about in the 1990s as being a tremendous force that made it so that the US economy was buoyed by structural forces from that inflow of human capital into the global economy, and also not having to spend to constantly be fighting with our potential adversaries. And lastly, of course, we enjoyed a tremendous positive IT shock. Everybody here has a computer and is wired in, and we were able to, for the most part, almost seamlessly go virtual, which was an amazing aspect of the resiliency and plasticity of the economy. In some ways, all of those forces have now gone into reverse. So you can't do the IT boom again. You already have your computers here. Globalization, at least to some extent, is going into reverse, not perhaps with NAFTA, say, although that was a challenge in the prior administration and continues to be an issue that all administrations will grapple with. But China is certainly more of a problematic issue for trade and investment now than it had been previously. Won the Cold War? Well, yes, we did win the Cold War, but we have some Cold War 2.0 coming back to us. And monetary and fiscal policy are facing incredibly difficult challenges. The fiscal situation is not bright, even though some state and local governments have done quite well through the pandemic. The federal balance sheet is a bit of a shambles going forward on kind of a present value basis. And with regard to monetary policy, it's a difficult environment when you have to actually make hard choices to squeeze inflation out of the economy. So those, I give you a sense of the broad structural forces, just so you can understand all of them have now gone into reverse. And we face in the current environment what I would describe as the three nevers. We've never shut down a modern economy and reopened it. That's almost like a wartime style adjustment that has profound existential implications. We've just never done it before. We've never spent 20% of GDP on a fiscal expansion. There were a series of fiscal expansions which were all seemed kind of appropriate at the time. The Paycheck Protection Program, big handouts to state and local governments, bailing out the airline industry. All of these things made sense during the pandemic as you went through and made those individual decisions. But as you add them up, you did a 20% of GDP fiscal expansion, which has never been seen in peacetime. That's the kind of size of fiscal expansions we did in World War I and World War II in order to win those, again, existential battles. It's not as if the pandemic wasn't an existential battle, but it leaves you with the hangover of having had this massive fiscal expansion, which we just have never seen before. The other never is we've never seen the Federal Reserve conduct monetary policy in as large and aggressive and consistent and sustained fashion as it did. There was a week in March of 2020 where the Fed did almost $1 trillion of QE in 5 business days. That's just, it's never happened before. And so we came into this period into 2022 with these never forces. And we at the start of the year at Brevin said to ourselves, well, if we have a triple, never cubed, why in the world would you expect the investment environment to turn out like it has in the past? So there's a huge amount of anchoring bias just as humans, but certainly as investors as well, which is to make assumptions that the future is going to kind of play out like the especially recent past, but certainly the past. But I think you have to get yourself out of that body and mode of thinking, because the three nevers make it so that you're probably going to see things in your economic and financial environment you've also never seen before. So the start of the year, to give you a specific example, many people in markets were debating whether the Fed would raise rates 4 or 5 times, a total of 100 or 125 basis points. In the event coming up to this meeting that we're going to have next week at the Fed, we will have had 3 75 basis point hikes, which is something that you could have never forecasted at the start of the year. But in a way you should have, because the nevers cubed makes it so that you should get outside your investing bubble and really think about the possibilities of what could happen. So expect the unexpected would be something that I want to leave you with today as a major lesson. So let me turn now to how we think this plays out. So we see the Federal Reserve raising rates into restrictive territory, which is going to have a cascade effect into all of your investment portfolio, as well as into the broader real economy. I don't know exactly how that's going to play out, but let me give you a guess about where I see rates going. Here's a thumbnail sketch, I think, which may be kind of useful architecture for building up an investment view. The underlying equilibrium interest rate of this economy probably still inherits some of those features of the secular stagnation environment you got used to in the post-global financial crisis era. So it's probably the case that the equilibrium real rate of the economy is still pretty low, call it 50 basis points. Conservative assumption, making it pretty low. The second assumption I'd make is that inflation and inflation expectations have probably moved up some from their anchored level at 2% or a bit below in that post-GFC period. And I would say that, again, a conservative assumption on the downside would be something like inflation expectations have moved up to 2.5%. And I give you those two numbers, the 50 basis points and the 2.5%, to tell you where I think kind of a neutral nominal rate is for this economy, around 3%. Now, in thinking about how restrictive the Fed will need to go, let's try and take some lessons from the past. In the past three kind of normal rate hiking cycles in 94 to 95, into 2000, that rate hiking cycle culminated in May of 2000. And then the one that culminated in the middle of 2006. In all those episodes, the Federal Reserve took monetary policy restrictive to the tune of at least 125 basis points, 1.25%. In the 2000 episode, it was even higher, around 200 basis points. But in the 95 and 2000 culmination, the Fed was about 125 basis points restrictive. Those were in periods of time where inflation was not a problem. Inflation did not really rear its ugly head, although it was a significant worry in the mid-90s because of all the positive structural forces I described. Clinton got the Balanced Budget Act passed, everybody got a computer on her desk, globalization was going in force. There were these huge positive factors in the economy, so we didn't really see the inflation then. So a restrictive policy of only 125 basis points is probably also a conservative assumption. Similarly, at the end of 2006, we didn't, inflation peaked out in that cycle at around 2.5%. I mean, we would be jumping for joy if we had 2.5% interest rates now. And just as an aside, I'll mention today's data. I remember actually going back to my introduction coming to the 1986 LA Olympics. And today's inflation report gets the silver medal for the worst inflation report of the cycle. There was one that was a little bit worse, but this one was just about as bad as you could possibly get. So inflation is clocking in above 6% on a kind of core and sustained basis. So we see the Fed having to raise rates up still considerably more, at least above 4% as just a stopping point for them to look around. It quite possibly could have a 5 handle. It wouldn't be surprising at all if interest rates had to go up to at least 5% in order to tame the inflation in this economy. So again, you have this recency and anchoring bias in an era where you got used to quite low interest rates because there was no inflation. In the secular stagnation era, the big problem is that we didn't have enough inflation. And that was a significant effort to try and bring inflation up, and a significant area of research and a significant force in markets. Now you have the opposite problem. So what you should be primed for is thinking about the basic rates that the Fed is going to set in the 4 to 5% range. That's where we see things going. We probably will see those rates be at that level for a prolonged period of time. This is not just like going and kind of touching a top point and then being able to go do an adjustment. And the reason for that, perhaps is a little counterintuitive, but the reason for that is that the economy is quite strong, notwithstanding all of the pandemic, agita we had to deal with. On average, household and business balance sheets are in terrific shape. You spent the 15 years post-GFC rebuilding household and business balance sheets. People are sitting on lots of home equity and stock equity, notwithstanding some of the setbacks this year. They're still, even with the setback, this is more wealth as a share of households' income on average than has ever been seen, not just in the US, but in human history. So household balance sheets are on average in pretty good shape. They're still, even though the saving rate is coming down, households, again, on average, are sitting on a mountain of savings that they accumulated in part from the fiscal transfers. So there's a lot of wherewithal to spend should households want to do that. And then businesses are doing great. For all the angst about recession over the summer, businesses were clocking in amazing profits. I'll give you one example, which is MasterCard, which is kind of at the center of spending and inflation in the economy. Their year-over-year turnover in terms of their numbers was 18%. So this is an economy by MasterCard's measure that grew 18% in the year ended through the middle of the year. So it's still an environment where there's an enormous amount of private sector strength in the economy, households and businesses. So it's probably going to have to be the case that interest rates stay higher for longer, as some of my colleagues in the profession have coined the term. It will take some time to cause damage to this economy from higher rates. You're seeing the bow wave of that now in housing. Housing has hit a brick wall because mortgages are now 6% to get in certain kinds of products. But housing is almost tiny share of the economy now, around 5%. So it's not a recession in housing is not going to bring the overall economy down. So we're looking at the financial transition mechanism moving through housing, an appreciation in the US dollar. We think stocks are less important as the ways in which you eventually are able to slow this economy. We built in over the summer a recession, not an immediate one, but a recession that begins at the end of 2023. So another thing I want to leave you with on our baseline path is that we have more inflation and eventually less growth because the Fed does what it's always had to do in the past, which is strangle the economy and put my mother out of work and put her into a different state and a different occupation. That's the way these things have always ended in the past. So let me try and play red team on that. So maybe there is a narrow landing strip to a soft landing, which is that the unemployment rate just gradually goes up and inflation comes down. How could that be the case? Here are the things that you have to believe in a soft landing. First, when it comes to the kind of technical argot of economics, you have to believe in what's called a steep Phillips curve. The Phillips curve maps activity and metrics of economic health into inflation outcomes. It was invented by a guy, A.C. Phillips, back in the 1950s, who noted an empirical regularity that as the economy boomed, inflation went up, and as the economy went into downturns, inflation came down. For the last 20, 25 years, the Phillips curve has been very flat, which means that changes in economic activity have translated only very loosely into changes in inflation. That means the kind of gearing to it was quite low from economic activity into inflation. But if it were the case that small changes in economic activity had big effects on inflation, then you could kind of derive some comfort from that relationship and say, listen, I think there is that narrow landing strip to a soft landing because we'll only need to tweak the economy some and then inflation will come down a lot. So one of the things you'd have to believe, or a combination of things you might want to believe if you believed in this story of a soft landing, is that the Phillips curve is now very steep. We don't see any evidence for that, but that's what you would want to put forward as kind of a key part of your theory of the case. A second element of the red team of how we could be wrong is transitory 2.0. Like Team Transitory was wrong last year about inflation coming down, but this year they're going to be right. So all you have to do is read any of the pieces in the opinion pages of the New York Times written by Paul Krugman, who is always saying that inflation is imminently falling, and he's a smart guy. He can always find some shreds of evidence in order to support that view. In response to that, I just will hand him the silver medal from today's inflation report as the second worst inflation report of my professional lifetime. So you can try and find and nitpick some things that are going down, like gasoline prices and so on, but the broad picture is that there's a lot of inflation in this economy, and there's a flywheel effect from the labor market, which is enormously tight, creating inflation and depositing it back into the economy should inflation ever go down, because wages and salaries are growing at around 6% as well. So we're in a wage price spiral now. It's not some abstract concept from the 70s. We're in it now. Inflation on a sustained basis going up 6%. Wages on a sustained basis going up 6%. That's happening. And in your own lifetime, you can get an appreciation for that, even though the economists may tell you that that's not happening, or the Federal Reserve will not admit it. You can tell from going to any of your local restaurants or your Starbucks or your own business when you try and manage the budget. So you could believe in transitory 2.0, that'll get rid of the inflation. The last one is economists rely, and the monetary policy and central banking rely enormously on this idea of inflation expectations. If inflation expectations were really anchored, that means we all shared a view in this room that inflation was 2%. Eventually that will act like a gravitational, have some gravitational pull to bring prices down. So those are the three things you'd have to believe to say that our view is wrong, which is steep Phillips curve, transitory 2.0, Inflation expectations are actually super anchored, unlike our view, which is they've gotten de-anchored to some extent. So I just want to leave you with a sense of what do you have to believe in a good story for kind of like, this is a bad dream, I'll ignore it, and let's go back to being long-run investors. Well, you have to believe some things in each of those bins that I don't believe. You can make a reasonable case for each one of them. I've been wrong a lot, so I could be wrong again, but I think we've correctly diagnosed this macro environment as having huge trend reversals and the broad forces that shape the outlook. We've been right on the data. The Fed is being pulled along by events rather than being in front of events, and as a consequence, they're probably going to have to do more because they are still, even as they're clocking in over the summer 75 basis point rate hikes, they're still behind the curve to a great extent. So that's how we could be wrong. Let me talk some. Yes, sir.
A question for you. So it's part of the talking head analysis you see on CNBC. Looking at Powell's, I think it was comments to Cato, right? The question is one of the bigger fears is that inflationary spiral that you speak of psychologically embeds itself in the marketplace, and we're going to be reinforcing and making it more permanent, perhaps even where it's actually seen from the data perspective. What's your assessment of the psychological impact? How are consumers, how are businesses responding to the data in lag? Do you feel that's raising? I think you suggested that the 2% anchors come on board, and that's coming closer to 3. Like where do you think the macro psychological things going on right now, since we haven't seen it in 14, 20 years, whatever it is, how is it impacting investors and decision makers today?
I'm sorry, your name?
Patrick.
Patrick, thank you very much. So Patrick, I'm going to take a step back from the economics profession and central banking and hopefully speak to you in a way that will resonate, which is that I think one of the reasons why we've gotten the inflation and broad macro call right is precisely because of one of the words you use, psychology. We have detected, and I can document for you, a pervasive change in inflationary psychology. Inflation is something that you wake up thinking about, you spend your day thinking about, and you go to bed at night thinking about. That's one of the reasons why consumer sentiment is so terrible, is because people hate inflation. Even in a bad recession, a terrible one like the GFC, the unemployment rate went up to 10%. That was just 10% of the active workers in the economy. Inflation affects everyone, and they're furious about it. And there's a pervasive inflationary psychology, which is creating the flywheel, Patrick, that I was talking about, which is that restaurants have to raise prices, and then they have to pay their workers more. And it comes in a flow in the economy because inflation is not some mysterious macro phenomenon. It's you and I agreeing to raise prices. And because there is this pervasive inflationary psychology now, it's easier for us to raise prices because even though we have a hate pact about it, we're willing to raise prices because we see that it's an inflationary economy. Economists, and even the great ones at the Federal Reserve, did the following exercise. It was a bit of a garbage in, garbage out exercise. They took their models, which have been estimated over the last 25 years, literally, they estimate them over the last 25 years, when there was no inflation, and then provided a forecast to their principals saying, PALS, not PLES, their principals saying, though, we'll have no inflation. Well, this is like completely crazy science. All they needed to do was go around in the real world and talk to you or talk to me, and I would have told them there's a pervasive inflationary psychology. It's crazy to be estimating your models over the Great Moderation period when there's no inflation. So I think at the core of what's going on is this inflationary psychology that ultimately has to be cured by bringing aggregate demand into alignment with aggregate supply. The aggregate supply side on the economy is completely messed up. The ports over here maybe are slightly better, in part because of the potential for strike action has diverted a lot of the activity to other ports. But as ports are, being able to get back a little bit, other things are completely disrupted. And you see this in your own life. My kids couldn't get hot dogs over the summer in Montana. So, the Starbucks breakfast sandwich I like, I couldn't get. So it's still happening in the economy. It'll take some time to work out, but the Fed has its job in order to try and bring aggregate demand into alignment with aggregate supply. And how do they do that? Typically, although I gave you the red team view of how that could happen, typically what they do is they put people like my mom out of work. That's usually the mechanism in order to tame inflation in the economy. What Jay is doing, Jay is an incredible public servant. He is probably the most sincere public servant I know of. That goes back to his training in formative education in high school and in his work to get an advanced degree at Georgetown. He really cares about other people. That's genuine. But you need more than, thumbing through the thesaurus and finding nice words like purposefully and resolute and so on to get the economy back into equilibrium. So in his Jackson Hole speech and the Cato event that you mentioned echoed a lot of those messages from Jackson Hole. He quoted Volcker, he quoted Bernanke, he quoted Greenspan, and he wants to kind of put himself up on the Mount Rushmore of great central bankers. But in order to do that, you have to steel yourself to incredible pain. And for those of you who know the story arc of, for example, Paul Volcker's career, even early on, Paul Volcker was doing this kind of negotiation with himself and with others that they wouldn't really have to do what they eventually had to do. He wrote famously a memo, or co-authored famously a memo in the 1960s, basically saying this massive fiscal expansion and accommodation by monetary policy will kind of work out, it'll all be fine. So even Paul Volcker wasn't Paul Volcker in the middle of his career. And so we're in a moment here now where Jay has to steel himself to an incredibly difficult situation. And he's warning you too. I mean, people blow off his, he's been saying some pain for all of the summer. People picked it up as the headlines from Jackson Hole, but he's been telling you that there's going to be some pain. Some pain is people going out of work and bringing aggregate demand into aggregate supply. And some pain for you, you can have the long view. But, if you're like me on the Swarthmore endowment, 50% of our budget is funded by the endowment. So it's nice that we say that we're long-term as well. But Jay's going to put my mom out of work, and he's going to put a dent in your portfolio too, by all accounts. Yes, ma'am.
Can we just interrupt for 1 second?
Yeah.
There's a request that everyone speak into the microphone such that the participants that are virtual can hear.
Got it. So Gina Sanchez.
Thank you, Gina.
So my question is really another maybe red team question. And that's, if you think about the Great Moderation, we were effectively exporting inflation and importing deflation through globalization. So we were hiring off, we were offshoring like crazy, hiring quite a bit. Technology was quite deflationary. Demographics were starting to turn deflationary in the United States. And if you remember in the early 2000s, Stephen Roach was running around freaking people out about deflation.
Yeah.
Right. That was the story, is that we needed to get inflation back into the economy. And I think one of the reasons that many people didn't think that we were going to have inflation for a very long time was that many of the inflationary pathways didn't exist. If you think about the inflationary pathways, it's high levels of unionization where inflation becomes contractual, right, in wages. It is longer term kind of planning. We became sort of just in time, last mile, everything was, and if anything, the labor markets actually broke down, not just to lower levels of unionization, but to the gig economy, where basically workers were pitted into this kind of Hunger Games of labor where they were outbidding each other and bidding each other lower and lower. And so that was one of the reasons that we didn't have a lot of inflation. And I would argue that inflation is an optimality. Low inflation is not better than high inflation. There's an optimal inflation where you have healthy wage growth, where you have healthy demand, and it creates sort of a need to purchase things today rather than tomorrow. But when you look at what has happened over the last, what sort of kicked off the cycle, because we've been belated in all of this time, we have been also living in a glut of liquidity that has exacerbated demand for, things that don't have any value, right? If you look at sort of the things that have gone up, they've been things like collectibles, cars, wine, crypto, crap, and so at the end of the day, a lot of this, we had to pull back that liquidity in order to get valuation in line, but also inflation wasn't in line either. And I think a lot of the inflationary experience we've had over the last year has actually been a resetting of pricing. Margins have been healthier than they've ever been. In fact, corporations did extraordinarily well. And we've actually seen movements toward unionization because you've seen sort of, hey, let's get in on the game of getting, a higher paycheck. Higher paychecks result in greater demand. And I'm not sure this isn't a stepwise adjustment of where wages probably should have been and where prices should have been in order to make the economy sustainable. Because you can't just sort of pay people the smallest amount of money and then expect them to turn around and come and shop at your store. So that kind of cycle, I think we have ignored. So I would love to hear your thoughts on that.
So Gina, I think your diagnosis in the Great Moderation period is spot on. And at the Fed, they started worrying about deflationary forces in the zero lower bound in 1997. Greenspan set them on a path to have the first conference on the zero lower bound in 1999, which seems completely surreal that you were going through the tech bubble as they're thinking about deflationary forces. And Roach was kind of carrying the message on the outside when he was the chief strategist at Morgan Stanley. So I think you're spot on about your whole description, better than my description of those kind of big forces that were putting downward pressure on inflation. Why are things different now? The things are different now because of the labor market. And so we live in a post-pandemic labor market. We live with an overhang of 20% fiscal expansion, which we've never done before. And, you know, kind of fun fact, real interest rates are still negative. I mean, we chopped a lot of wood, but real interest rates are still negative. So as Jay's trying to put himself on Mount Rushmore, I politely would remind him that he still has at least the policy rate in negative real territory. And real interest rates, I'll just do an aside on this because I think it's important. Real interest rates are a little bit mysterious to people, but let me try and translate it for you in the simplest terms. Unless the interest rate is greater than the inflation rate, people are not going to save. There's no incentive to save unless you give people an incentive to save. And what is the definition of a downturn that will bring the economy into alignment? It's households and businesses saving more, deferring their consumption so that they don't buy so many Starbucks sandwiches that it's stocked out when I try and go and get them. So we need an interest rate that's going to be above the inflation rate to bring this economy into equilibrium. That's also going to put people out of work on our baseline path. So I go back to, that aside now hived off, I go back to the labor market. The real difference here is that the labor market is so enormously tight. It's providing that flywheel effect to inflation. So whatever happens with used car prices or semiconductors or what have you, there is this force that imparts inflation to the economy from the fact that wages, depending upon how you measure them, are rising between 5 and 7% over the last year. It could be that they kind of lay up and perfectly stop now and come into equilibrium, but the trend is not your friend on that particular call. And one of the things that I do think confused people is they said, listen, this labor market isn't like the one in the 1970s, ergo you can't have the same kind of 1970s outturns when it comes to inflation. That's just wrong. Just because the institutional arrangements of this labor market are different from the one in the 1970s does not make it so that the determination of wages and price process in the economy are going to magically solve inflation. If we have 6% wage inflation, we're going to have a lot of price inflation, regardless of whether there's a lot of unionization or a little unionization. So people, I think, were just operating on a kind of false premise of, or syllogism of like, well, we don't have the same institutions of the 1970s, so we can't have the same outcomes in the 1970s. Well, let me tell you, an institutional arrangement that is going to cause that, regardless of what's going on in unionization, if there's too much demand for too little supply, you're going to have the wage and price inflation. So I think that we've gone into a considerably more different and risky environment. Let me do a little on globalization and then try and tease out more on implications. You know, so global challenges. I'm always reminded, and I was mad when Ben Bernanke had stolen this, but he quoted in some testimony, and the first line from Anna Karenina, which is all happy families are alike and all unhappy families are unhappy in different ways. When it comes to the global environment, everyone is unhappy in a different way. So if you thought we had it bad, Europe has it much worse. So as Kevin said, you know, not only is there a war in a European capital as the VDV are trying to fast rope down to murder a sovereign leader, we're energy independent. Like there is some good news about the US. To a first approximation, we're energy independent. You can also see that right out the window. Europe is not. So Europe is facing an existential crisis when it comes to energy, and they have a business model, kind of Germany Inc. and Europe Inc., which relies upon kind of free energy from Russia. And they're not getting that anymore, and Putin knows that, and Putin knows he has basically, Kevin didn't quite touch on this, is my own view. He knows by kind of the game theory recursion that he's got about 6 months to win this. because if Europe makes it through the winter, he's not going to have the same bargaining power he had in the past. So he's going to have to try and make this next 6 months in Europe as bad as possible. So you have a malign actor hitting an economy that's incredibly vulnerable. And again, kind of friendly reminder, notwithstanding the nice words in the thesaurus and all the conferences that they go to and so on, the European Central Bank just raised rates above zero for the first time. So congratulations, they did a big move from 0 to 0.75%. So they have a lot of wood to chop as well in an environment that looks much more stagflationary than the United States. That last increase in the unemployment rate in the US was actually a good thing because more people are coming into the labor force. So we're in a much more friendly environment than in Europe. Britain is even worse because you then layer on the Brexit issues. Britain trades, for those of you who follow these things carefully, like an emerging market economy now. Britain trades terribly, like they got positive inflation surprises and the currency falls. I mean, this is like classic EM disastrous stuff. When it comes to China, again, Kevin touched some on China. Our view is, I think, diverse and nuanced. So this is not by any means a house view on China, but China is still doing zero COVID. It still has a housing bubble. And, you know, it's party over profits. The CCP is more interested in control than it is in delivering you profits. I'll just tell a side anecdote and try and nail that point home, because I'm sure you have a lot of investments in China. I talked to one of our best China consultants, and we share this view that China is facing enormous challenges. And I said to him, well, what do your other investors say when you tell them like China is uninvestable? And he says, the other investors will say, yeah, we get it. Then they pause for a little while and they say to him, but what can we buy in China? He just holds his head in his hands and says, like, you don't get it. So when it comes to Europe and China, I think the situation is different and more adverse even than in the US, which makes your job harder. I'll say one kind of inchoate worry I have about EM. Something in EM always breaks whenever the US is raising rates. That was the story. We destroyed Mexico in the 94-95 cycle. We've had the fragile five, the this, the that. I mean, Sri Lanka is not the thing that's going to animate your investment discussions for the rest of the day, but maybe that kind of thing is the canary in the coal mine, where not only is the economy destroyed, but there's civil unrest. Whenever the dollar is going up and US dollar denominated debt becomes more expensive, there's always a problem in some place in EM. Maybe it's Turkey this time. I don't know. Brazil looks great to us. So it's by no means a kind of global view of just sell all EM. We're quite invested in Brazil. That looks like a really important turn for us in terms of the portfolio. So let me just conclude with a broad overview. What's an investor to do? Kevin set a bar for like being depressing. I'm trying to like leap over that bar with a gold medal. The first principle that I operate with nowadays is risk parity is dead. Risk parity depended upon the ability of the Federal Reserve and fiscal authorities to smooth out negative shocks to investors. Whenever there was a problem, the Fed could come in and cut rates to zero, do QE, what have you. In an inflationary environment, they can't do that. So your portfolio is exposed and there's no longer that kind of salubrious combination of being able to buy stocks and bonds at the same time. So risk parity is dead. And I would encourage you to just, maybe with the consultants, do a scan through the portfolio. There's going to be the official risk parity in your portfolio, but think about all the things that are commingled or go along with risk parity and really ask yourself whether those are as safe investments as you thought. One prominent consultant, for example, is recommending that you have 40% of your portfolio in private equity. And obviously, when you go to the private equity people, they're going to tell you, don't worry about the macro, we're geniuses, we just buy good companies. Well, that's nice. But the fact of the matter is that good companies can go into a downturn when the Fed has to bring the economy into equilibrium. So risk parity is dead. And that's obviously a completely self-serving plug for active management, which is what we do. So the risk mitigation portfolio that Kwok mentioned, that sleeve that you're in, some of our funds are up 25% this year because we embrace complexity. We're a little bit more boring. We still make good returns, but we're a little more boring in a simple environment. You don't need the complexity that we embrace if you have the dream team of central bankers and you're the zero lower bound and everybody's doing QE and things are quite simple. But in an environment like this, I think you're well served to have active managers who really understand and embrace this environment. So I would be asking a lot of questions of the risk takers that are in the portfolio. Do you really understand the environment? What's it going to be like, say, if the Fed has to raise rates to 5%? I know you just buy good companies. I get that. That's going to be the answer. But really stress testing the portfolio in this environment, I think, will serve you well. And I'll just end on a final note, which is to tie back to the start of my comments, which is it's great to be back at the Southland. As Chair Santos said, it's nice that the suit still fits at least a little bit. And we at Brevin Howard are a new partner of yours, but we'd like to be able to do this more often so that we can, bring some color to how we change our view over time, because, in 6 months' time, we may tear everything up and have something different to say. So thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Any questions? Raise your hands. I don't see any. Oh,
It's not a question, just Mr. Chair, can we take our break and restart at 10:30?
for 1 minute. Okay. We're gonna jump. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. A great presentation. I do remember by my first home, I think I was paying like 16% interest rate.
Yeah.
So yes, and very familiar. Big question for me is, are we gonna have to get up there to 16% to deal with this environment today?
So I like to, so this is not false humility, but I do like to try and outline areas where I'm more confident and less confident. I don't know the answer to your question, Chair. And a lot of the times what happens is I think people have the impression it's just a puzzle you have to solve. So like there's simpler puzzles, one of those ones with the kids from Melissa and Doug, like 50 pieces, and you put them together, no problem, you can do that puzzle. Or there's the Ravensburg puzzle, the German puzzle, which has 1,000 pieces. And like, well, if you got the corners and put it on the edges, then eventually you got the puzzle. This is not a puzzle. I don't know where the corner pieces are. I don't know how they're going to do this. I just don't know. I hope I'll figure it out faster than other people, but I don't know how this one goes, because I personally harbor the concern that the Fed is telling you another nice bedtime story of we'll just get rates up to 4.25 and hold them there for a while and everything will be fine. It's never happened. We've never had rates just 125 basis points restrictive and brought this kind of labor market into equilibrium with all these structural forces behind it. So, I see your point about unionization, and I raise you one giant post-pandemic labor market, right? And so I don't know what the answer is. And so that's why I go back to a central message I leave you with today is it's not just different risks, it's profoundly worse and more malicious, malign risks for your portfolio. It's a scary environment.
That note,
On that
thank you very much.
positive.
Thank you.
Is it open bar?
Mimosas. Thank you.
Thank you. very
Thank
much.
you.
See you at 10:30. So that my understanding is that the next two speakers are going to be virtual. So we are trying to connect them. All right. And then we'll get rolling.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and trustees. We're going to pick up on a theme that was brought up in the macro session on energy transition and try to dig a little bit deeper into how it's shaping investment opportunities going forward. Our first two speakers, it's going to be a jam-packed session, we hope. It's divided into three different parts. We're going to start with Dale just framing some comments on the background approach and policy from LACERA. And then we've got two speakers who are just, we're trying to make the connection on Zoom to kind of get them into the room. So why don't we kick it off with Dale with a few introductory slides.
Good morning, Chair, trustees, participants, and guests. As Scott mentioned in his opening, the session aims to provide an informative discussion on the energy transition and how it's shaping investment opportunities. This session is divided into three parts. The first part features a semi-structured interview with Michael Semblist of JP Morgan and Scott, providing a high-level macro view on the current state of affairs and trend lines in the energy transition, key challenges to reducing emissions, and how public policies and technology are shaping investment considerations. Part two will feature Mark Carney of Brookfield, who currently serves as the United Nations Special Envoy for Climate Action and Finance, and was previously head of the Central Banks of Canada and England and chairman of the Financial Stability Board. He'll give us some insights in a chat with Scott on how rapidly evolving public policies and investors are committing to a low carbon or net zero economy are shifting and shaping new investment opportunities both in the near and the long term. Our third part will be a panel featuring two of LACERA's current asset managers, Pierre Anctil from Axiom Infrastructure and Suniva Bornstad of High Tech Vision, which will be moderated by Jim Rice to bring the discussion down to the micro level and provide insights in how they are evaluating investment opportunities amidst the energy transition to deploy capital in real time. I'd like to set the table with some quick background information since we recognize we have a mix of newer trustees and some trustees that have been with the fund for a few years. I'm going to start with the slides here on 3. Where am I pointing? First, slide 3 presents LACERA's board-approved policy guidance on how climate change and an energy transition may shape LACERA's investment considerations. Enshrined in LACERA's investment policy state are the fund's investment beliefs in corporate governance and stewardship principles, which communicate that LACERA is acutely aware of the potential financial risks and opportunities presented by climate change, both on companies in which we invest and to the broader economy in which can impact us in our global portfolio. We have sought to put this guiding language into practice in part by methodically identifying, assessing, tracking financial risks and opportunities across the portfolio using data to the extent that it is available to gain practical insights and inform our ongoing investment decisions. Slide 4 highlights some of the insights we've gained both on investment risks related to the energy transition, but also opportunities. For example, on the left side of the slide, working with Makita as our general investment consultant, stress testing during our strategic asset allocation study indicated that climate-related financial risks may make it more difficult to achieve our expected rates of return across nearly all asset classes. Some portfolio holdings may lose substantial value amidst shifting market opportunities and energy policies, as well as the physical impacts from weather-related events. However, we also see insights on how an energy transition can create new investment opportunities in the portfolio referenced on the right side of the slide. For example, there are new opportunities for alpha in some asset classes with lower volatility. In addition, LACERA has committed about $2.8 billion in real assets private funds in recent years and expect to have diversified exposures to energy transition investments, ranging from renewables to mining inputs and energy transmission. And we've briefly talked about analysis and alignment in the previous slide, but our analysis also extends to our due diligence of all of our investment managers, including to collect and disclose data and metrics to better inform LACERA's exposure to transition risks and opportunities and further of LACERA's mission to produce, protect, and provide the promised benefit. We are also taking action to mitigate broader financial risk to the market in which we invest by engaging our most at-risk portfolio companies through the Climate Action 100 Global Investor Initiative to disclose and mitigate climate risks We vote proxies in favor of clear disclosures of climate risks, and we encourage public policies that facilitate an orderly energy transition. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Scott and our first chat.
Mr. Chair, we may do part 2 first if we can't get the first speaker.
Right.
I guess this is part of the new normal that you referenced.
Sure is.
I don't know if you want to speak to me. I could hear the chair, but not, I can't hear you, Scott. It's Mark.
All right. Mark, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me, Scott?
Yes. Thank you for joining us. We've had a little bit of a technological challenge with Mr. Symbolis. So if you don't mind, we're going to promote you to our first speaker.
That's perfect. I look forward to it. Sometimes it's good to start with policy as well.
Gotcha. Sounds good, Mark. Thanks for your flexibility. So for the first part, then we're going to switch it up and be joined, and really honored to be joined by Mark Carney to discuss both capital moves as well as policy developments that are shaping a net zero economy, or striving to. Mark currently serves as the United Nations Special Envoy for Climate Finance and Action, where he was a key architect of last fall's global negotiations in Glasgow, Scotland, among governments on climate policies at the COP26 conference. He more recently joined Brookfield Asset Management, where he serves as vice chair. But critically, he was previously the head of the Central Bank of Canada, where he was credited with helping to maintain the relative stability of the banking sector in the midst of the great financial crisis. From there, he moved on to be the head of the Central Bank of England and the inaugural chair of the Financial Stability Board to navigate and kind of coordinate among central banks on global financial risks. While he headed the Central Bank of England, Mark gave an influential speech in 2015 labeling climate change as a systemic risk to financial markets, and ended his tenure. That speech, by the way, I think had mixed reactions, but he ended his tenure having actually organized a network of central banks to green the financial system, including Germany, Mexico, China, Singapore. So Mark, welcome. Thank you for joining our discussion today. Let's maybe start with that broad question of how does a former head of central banks for two of the world's largest economies come to the view that climate change presents a risk to global financial stability?
Well, first, Scott, let me say that it's a great honor to present in front of the LACERA board, and thank you for, I'll say to the trustees, what you and the institution is doing to mainstream the management of climate risks and seizing of opportunities, not just for yourselves, but it has huge consequences, very positive consequences systemically. How did I come to this? I'll be candid. I worked for the Canadian Department of Finance, which is equivalent of the Treasury, back in the early 2000s, including on our climate strategy post Kyoto. I had a view when I became a central banker that type of work was continuing. And that, quote, they would take care of it. When I became the governor of the Bank of England, one of the responsibilities of that role is to oversee the insurance industry, including the reinsurance industry, particularly Lloyd's of London. And if you're in that role, you realize pretty quickly that one of the biggest risks in property and casualty and reinsurance to be managed, in fact, a top 3 risk for them, is climate change, the physical aspects of climate change. So it became a direct responsibility for me as governor. But then the real insight and the aspect of being systemic was those physical risks become systemic. We see it episodically at present, but will become systemic in the future if it's not addressed. But the paradox is that addressing climate change, if we do it the wrong way, if it's too abrupt and sudden, those transition risks will also, if they are concentrated, become systemic. Certain institutions, regions, geographies will have too much exposure to industries that in effect are stranded. And there's a way around that, and I'll stop with this and hand back, Scott. The way around it is a combination of things that you have supported from the start. So climate disclosure, I had the honor of helping to launch the TCFD at the Paris COP alongside Mike Bloomberg back in 2015. And then, so financial disclosure combined, of course, with credible climate policies of governments. And it's the links between that. There's a lot more that has to be built out in the financial architecture and policy, but bringing those two together helps to address transition risk, and in the process help to create some of the opportunities I'm sure you're going to touch on later.
Great. And maybe unpack or define for us, Mark, what do you mean by transition risk?
Yeah, well, so transition risk is the risk that combination of, or individually, climate policy or regulation and or technology renders certain activities and businesses uneconomic. So think of, I'm joining you from Canada, where there is a carbon price. There's a carbon price that is $50 per ton today. It is legislated to be $130 per ton by the end of the decade. So there's a number of industries, a number of activities where businesses know that what they're doing today is going to become economic in the future. They are realizing that transition risk. Assets are becoming stranded. They will not run to their fully depreciated life because policy in Canada has changed. And if I can stretch the policy point, which is one of the questions I think we all need to ask as fiduciaries, financial managers, is if the world is serious about its objectives, 90% of the world's emissions signed up to net zero consistent with 1.5 degrees. If we're serious, or if the jurisdiction in which a business is operating is serious, not just what are the policies and regulations, standards, carbon pricing, if that's the case, that exist today, what will they be in the future? What is necessary in order to be consistent with that pathway to 1.5? Do I understand how my portfolio would react in that circumstance? And then how should I manage? You're making a judgment about the probability of that climate policy coming into place and how well those businesses can operate. And I think if I could say the last thing, and I'll leave technology to the side, we can come back to it. But the last thing, I think a very basic question that is mainstreaming pretty quickly for management of companies is, have they thought about this? Have they thought about how their business looks if California, the United States, the G7, the world has climate policies or consumer demand that is consistent with a 1.5 degree transition? Do they have a strategy for that? And what's the probability that strategy will be a success?
Gotcha. Thanks, Mark. We are seeing in our portfolio a lot of companies publicize, commit to net zero. We're seeing asset managers managing LACERA's capital saying that they want to move towards net zero. Break down for us, what does it even mean to be net zero, and what's the state of play on progress towards a net zero economy?
Well, so let's start with the definitions. What does net zero mean? It means that the emissions of a portfolio are, if there are any emissions, they are wholly offset by permanent removal of that carbon from the atmosphere. What are the emissions that are counted? The standard for emission standards that LACERA has helped to promote and advocate are scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3 emissions of the portfolio companies. So if it's an investment in a company, what are its own emissions? That's scope 1. What are the emissions from the power that it uses? It may be from a grid, or they may decide to have their own renewable power that's supplied. You'll hear more about that, I'm sure, later. And then thirdly, if it's material, what is the power from, or sorry, what is the emissions from the entire value chain in which that company is involved? So for example, in the oil and gas industry, its low single digits are the emissions from the actual activities on average, and some variance around that. So you get 90% plus of the emissions are from the burning of the fossil fuels. Similar orders of magnitude from the auto sector. It's a higher proportion, but you still have the majority of emissions coming from the transportation fuel. So net zero, as it's being defined, and it is being defined, and this is mainstreaming for financial institutions, are consistent, and I'll try and avoid acronyms, are consistent with a standard that says it's the emissions of the companies to which you have the economic exposure, you're an investor or lender to, and it is their own emissions, the emissions of the power they use, and if it's material, and in many segments it is material, it's the so-called scope 3 emissions of their suppliers and those who use the product or service. So what it means, and I'll finish with this, where are we in the process? We're in the process where in the last few years, there's been an agreement or a consensus developed on that standard. That's what people are managing. There have been commitments of a very wide range of financial institutions. This was at Glasgow, the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, which I co-chair. If you add up the balance sheets of the banks, the asset managers, asset owners that committed to net zero on those terms, that is 40% of the world's private financial assets. It's 130 trillion with a T, dollars of assets. And you see, actually, thank you for putting up the slide. You see how much of a shift has happened just over the course of the last 2 years. Now, last point I'll make, hand back, is that those institutions committed. But those institutions committing doesn't mean they started with a position of that they were green or they were aligned with the transition. Far from it. As you know, the world was headed, when we met in Glasgow, the world was headed to north of 3 degrees Celsius, more than that, obviously, on a Fahrenheit basis of global warming. And now it's about taking capital from where it was and shifting it to companies that are part of the solution. That is a crystallization of two things: transition risk, we talked about a moment ago, and on the upside, really starting to build the opportunity set for investors.
Gotcha. So on the risk side, Mark, you mentioned stranded assets. Can you explain a bit what that means and maybe quantify for us? I'm happy to reference any slide if you'd like.
Yeah, I think the ballpark quantification is, in fact, on the next slide, to give a sense. But a stranded asset, effectively, addressing climate change, at least from a measurement perspective, is the easy part of ESG. It's not the easy thing to do. It's hard to do, but it's easier. It's the easiest to measure because it's hard numbers, and the hard number is governed by the science around the carbon budget. So there is a limited amount of additional greenhouse gases that can be emitted in order to keep temperature levels below what scientists believe is an acceptable level. And sadly, from recent extreme weather events, in my experience as a regulator of that sector, is consistent with that. So one of the things it means is that with respect to, and this slide shows you broadly energy infrastructure. So that means all of the known oil and gas fields that exist, and pipeline and other infrastructure that would carry that and refine that material and distribute it. If all of known reserves were produced and combusted, we would blow through the carbon budget by more than 300 gigatons. It's a 2/3 in excess. In other words, we need to ensure that a substantial proportion of those assets remain in the ground. And if you own energy infrastructure, a pipeline, a fossil fuel power plant, refinery, the important question that needs to be asked is, what's the terminal value of those assets? In other words, over what horizon will those assets, should those assets be operated that would be consistent, again, with the carbon budget? Anything beyond that is stranding of the economic life of the asset. And the question is, well, which asset, we're transitioning from oil and gas, and in the emerging world, especially from coal. Which of those assets should be produced, for how long, and what's the discipline that's being put in place around that? And that's another thing that's happening in real time, to have the right guardrails around it.
And Mark, can you quantify in kind of monetary terms what that means for stranded assets?
Ooh, you know what? I don't have the figure off the top of my head. It is a very, it is measured in the trillions, the multiple trillions of dollars. It is measured in orders of magnitude. This is in part what so-called climate stress testing is doing for financial institutions. So one of the things we instituted when I was still a governor and head of the Financial Stability Board was to start this process of looking at the portfolios, having banks, particularly and insurers, look at their portfolios and understanding if they maintain those portfolios, what proportion of their assets would be stranded, and therefore what losses they would incur. And it depends on the institution, not surprisingly. It depends on how serious the world is and how fast we move. But in all cases, finding that this is a material amount on the orders of 10 to 15% of the capital base of the institutions, even with mitigation by the underlying companies. So what this means is that there's now a proper dialogue and the development of strategies to ensure that the lending portfolio particularly is aligned with, as I said earlier, what California, the US, and the world intends to do.
Thanks. And on the opportunity side, I know Dale's framing comments mentioned that from our own scenario analyses and stress testing, it could be more difficult given risks related to climate change to achieve our expected rates of return, but we also see some chances at alpha. So to the extent that policies are trying to incentivize net zero, where do you see short-term investment opportunities and what's further out?
Yeah, I think, and I'm sure trustees have had, hopefully you have a chance to look at the slides, but the next two slides make these points at least pictorially. The first is the scale of, the first opportunity is just the scale of investment. This is quite a busy slide, and I did it for completeness to show various estimates that range from just in energy infrastructure itself. So think renewable power itself, you're going to hear more about that in a moment, additional investments in grids, investments in charging infrastructure, other enabling technologies. The way I would simplify it or summarize what's on that page is that if we think about the investments in that space, in energy infrastructure as a whole, the additional amount, is on the order of magnitude of about $2 trillion per year. That is roughly 2% of global GDP. That is a big number, as you can appreciate. It's not an impossible number. It would bring investment to global GDP back to the levels last seen in the late 1990s, before we had the start of secular stagnation and some of the causes of very low equilibrium interest rates. So it's feasible, but it is a big number. And in addition, from an opportunity basis, again, if we're going to get to where we need to get to or want to get to, by the middle and later bits of this decade, we're going to need to see a flow of investment in, I'll call it clean energy. So think renewables, but also charging infrastructure, the other supporting investments. That's going to need to run at about 3 to 4 times the rate of investment in conventional fossil fuel industry. We'll still need some investment in that industry. Currently, the ratio is about 1 to 1. So the growth is all in clean. The numbers are big. And then if you flip to the next slide, which is a slide of European, these are European equities. It's slightly complicated. So if you forgive me for 1 second to explain it, this looks at the multiples, the trading premiums of companies in the same sector. So think auto manufacturing, technology, financial services in Europe, the ones that are low emitting within their sector versus those who are high emitting within their sector. And you can see the steady growth in the premium from the early part of the last decade up until the end of last year, tripling of the premium measured on an EBITDA basis. Now, why do I put that up there? One of the things is to show that there is a reward to being better in class, if not best in class, in your sector. So within a sector having lower emissions, all things being equal. Secondly, I would say that Europe is out in front in terms of disclosure, understanding these issues, focus of the principal investors around these issues and rewarding this. It's also out in front in terms of the credibility of climate policy. If you think that other jurisdictions are headed in that direction, they certainly are in terms of disclosure and the financial plumbing of having the information and companies focusing on these plans. So the ability of LACERA and its partners to make judgments about companies and who's moving. So the world's moving in that direction. And if you think climate policy is becoming more credible or tighter or tougher, look at the Inflation Reduction Act in the US, what's happened in the UK, what's happened in Japan the last few months, that's all in the same direction. Then these valuation premia should start to move as well, emerge as well. So you have two big aspects of opportunity. One, just the scale of investment opportunity. And then secondly, a premium that's not yet fully in most markets that should emerge and expand over time.
Mark, you mentioned that markets may be at different points and stages in progress. Can you speak to any markets where policy developments have changed the game, the incentive structure that may have accelerated transition locally?
Yeah, I think that the incentives have been strongest in the European Union and the UK. The UK, obviously, with Brexit, is a slightly different pace, slightly different nuances, but broad brush, the same level of disclosure requirements. Both jurisdictions are moving to make transition plans mandatory for larger companies. So this is more than just disclosure of carbon footprint and how it's managed. Those are important issues, but it's where does the company think it's going? What investments is it making to get carbon down? Which assets does it think could be stranded? Where does it have a competitive advantage? How much capital does it need? And part and parcel of that is to have reference points within this industry, pathways, again, that are consistent with the transition the world's trying to take. So you can judge whether a company is converging towards that pathway, let's say in the auto sector, for sake of argument, or flatlining or diverging from it. So the EU, the UK, definitely out in front. But the interesting thing is what's globalizing with this, particularly in advanced economies, is around climate disclosure. Again, you back that, and with TCFD, it's at least on a voluntary basis becoming quite widespread. But with the SEC's initiative and internationally, the equivalent for the purposes of climate disclosure is something called the ISSB. Doesn't matter what the acronym stands for, but they are moving quite rapidly to develop a disclosure standard for climate. What two things else that are relevant, and you asked for specifics, I'm going to generalize just at the end. Two other things that are relevant on a global basis, or certainly an OECD basis, advanced economy basis. One is it is mainstreaming that financial institutions over the next few years will be asking larger, certainly listed companies, as well as portfolio companies or private equity firms, what's their plan for getting emissions down and aligning. And then secondly, an initiative of GFANZ, this Glasgow Financial Alliance, which is along with the OECD and the UN and the IMF, is to create an open source data platform that all stakeholders, certainly financial institutions, but NGOs, the public, governments, can access information on individual financial institutions. Do they have a net zero plan? What are their emissions? How well are they tracking against that? And also for listed companies, the same. That will, we think, bring a lot of convergence to this, and really facilitate the ability to manage it.
Thanks, Mark. So you've mentioned a significant amount of assets that have pledged to net zero here. We still operate in a world with exogenous risks, from the pandemic to Russia and Ukraine. Can you speak a little bit to how are exogenous risks shaping investment opportunities and the energy transition itself? How do you balance energy security with transition and broader financial stability risks of climate change?
Yes, well, there's certainly it's a very challenging and fluid situation. I would say a couple of things. First is the most immediate consequence of the war, Russia's unjust war, is that more of the carbon budget is being used up. So in virtually every circumstance, the high gas prices, the rupturing of energy markets means that the default source of energy or electricity, if there is one, is higher emitting than that which has been displaced. So more of the carbon budget is being used up in Europe. More of the carbon budget is being used up through a negative spillover effect in the emerging and developing world, as gas either becomes more expensive or just inaccessible. So that's the bad news in the short term. The much better news for the medium term, and the medium term being measured in 4 or 5 years, is that virtually without exception, the major energy decisions that have been taken in response well, there's one major exception, I'll come back to it, but virtually all the other big energy decisions that have been taken have been to accelerate the green transition. So for example, in Europe, a series of measures under something called Repower EU, doesn't matter what it's called, but it's a formal policy of the European Union. They are slashing the permitting times for clean energy from what is an average of 6 years up until today to 1 year legislated required permitting of clean energy. That and a number of other measures are expected to triple the average development of clean energy in Europe over the course of this decade. In fact, by the end of the decade, the run rate will likely be something on the order of magnitude of they will be building as much zero emission energy in Europe as the world builds today on an annual basis. So the acceleration is quite significant. What that means, of course, again, is just a huge stock of opportunity, lots of offshore wind. You'll hear more about that. Some solar, some element on extension of nuclear in some jurisdictions, and new nuclear, for example, in the UK as well. And this is and all of those, what I just described, that's commercial today. And it's a question of permitting, access, scale in order to build it up. The other interesting thing that's happened in the last 18-24 months is a huge acceleration of the focus on hydrogen around public policy. Now, technically hydrogen is competitive with gas in Europe because gas is through the roof. But it is at an earlier stage. It still has a long way to go in terms of development. but the commitment and support to hydrogen and an element of hydrogen in the economy is significant enough that it is shifted from, in my judgment at least, from a more venture capital type opportunity to very much a growth equity opportunity. And by the latter bit of this decade will likely be a scale capital infrastructure investment type opportunity. So, well, why don't I stop there, and then I'll let you, because I could go on, but I'll let you redirect with the time that we have.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Mark. We're seeing both on implications on the risk side and the opportunity side. You're certainly speaking to a lot of commitments moving towards net zero. It looks like we've got possibly Michael Sembalist able to join us as well. So appreciate your flexibility to jump in, Mark. Any questions while we still have Mark from the chair?
So let's proceed.
Any, perhaps, Mark, just any parting thoughts that you think trustees of a $73 billion plan should kind of keep in mind in the near term and longer term over the span of our liabilities?
Well, I think I'll just to summarize. I think you started in the right sequencing on this, which is first, it is a risk, unaddressed. It's a risk, and you need to mitigate that risk, understand it, manage it for the benefit of your pensioners, and you're doing that. The good news is that now this process is mainstreaming, and as it mainstreams, both in terms of financial requirements and policy, a very large scale of opportunity comes into place. That's not to downplay, and you'll hear more about this from Michael imminently. That's not to downplay the scale of the challenge. But even if, and I don't want the world to end up in a situation, but even if we don't get all the way to 1.5 degrees, and I spend all my time trying to make do what I can to help us get there. The scale of the investment opportunity is huge, and it's going to run for decades.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Mark, for joining us. We appreciate your comments and insights.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Let's see if we have Mr. Sembalist? Michael, can you hear us? Michael, looks like we can see you on the screen, but might not have audio. Any chance we're connected?
Hello.
Great. All right, Michael, can you hear us?
I can. I apologize. I'm in JP Morgan's fancy office building and I can't do anything.
Well, we heard earlier today, Michael, in a session on macro risks, that technological developments are shaping a lot of opportunities. So perhaps we're seeing some real time.
Yeah, I feel like it's 2001 and I'm hooked up to a JDS Uniphase web connection.
Gotcha. Well, thank you for joining us. Do you still have some time to
chat? I certainly do. I certainly do.
Let me just preface, Michael, for the sake of the group, that Michael Sembalist is the chair of market and investment strategy at JP Morgan. Trustees have his bio in the materials, but Michael and his team are authors of an annual energy update that provides really the landscape on energy and key developments. We appreciate your ability to join us today. We've already talked a lot about energy transition as a key theme on the macro front. You've heard some of Mr. Carney's comments, so let's maybe just jump straight in, Michael, on your most recent report mentioned that fossil fuel share of global primary energy is declining at a slightly more rapid pace now, mostly as a result of large investments in wind and solar. Market price to procure wind and solar has plummeted as a consequence of scale productivity gains. And yet fossil fuel reliance remains high in both the developing and developed world. So unpack that for us a little bit on what are the key trends and how are they shaping investment opportunities. We do have your slides, Michael. I'm happy to bring them up if you'd like to reference any materials.
Sure. Let me start by saying that this session will be in sharp contrast to the prior one. There's the Oliver Stone made this movie about JFK. Sorry, he made a movie about Nixon also. And there's a scene where Nixon's walking through the White House and he looks up at a portrait of JFK and he says, when people see you, they see who they want to be. And when they see me, they see who they are. My job is to see energy for what it is and not for what we want it to be. And so this discussion is going to be a little bit different from the prior one. As an investor, I have to look at the world as it is, and as it's changing. But the transformational changes that have been anticipated in the energy world have been much slower than a lot of people anticipated. I mean, we're over the last 20 years, the level of electrification in major countries has gone up by 2 to 3%. These are very slow moving things, and I am highly dubious of the climate gains projected in the Inflation Reduction Act for reasons that we can talk about. So let's go to challenge number one. Okay. You see the pie chart?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah. So because I can't see the slides, I can just see you.
Yeah,
But that's fine.
we've got our slides up alongside. You're set to go.
Okay. So there's lots of discussion about wind and solar and the grid. The grid's a fascinating place. The grid also accounts for less than 20% of US primary energy consumption. So we can decarbonize the entire grid, which will be close to impossible, but you could decarbonize the entire grid and you'd still be using lots of fossil fuels, as you can see here, for transportation, industrial energy consumption to make the buildings that we work in and the homes we live in and the food that we eat and the highways we travel on, the planes we travel on, bricks, rubber, plastic, cement, steel, ammonia, chemicals, fertilizer. That's industrial production. And then we use fossil fuels for winter heating. And so electricity is basically, space and air cooling and lights. So yes, there's a lot of progress being made in terms of adding wind and solar in certain parts of the country to decarbonize that electricity slice. But even after you do it, you are decarbonizing a pretty small share of overall primary energy. So I think it's very important to understand that. Next slide. So here's a picture of US primary energy consumption. Now, there's a lot of things that are really interesting about this chart. The first one that jumps out at me is over the last 20 years, overall primary energy consumption measured in any energy terms is pretty flat, even though the population's gone up quite a bit. That's positive, which means we're getting more energy efficient. We have more energy efficient cars, energy efficient buildings, energy efficient forms of travel, and energy efficient light bulbs, triple pane windows. All of those things help and are contributing to lower energy consumption on a per capita basis. But the other thing that's happening on this chart that you can't see is the United States and Europe and Japan have outsourced a lot of energy intensive manufacturing of the stuff that we used to make here. And so I have no doubt that the US and Europe will be posting some pretty nice looking climate emissions reductions over the next few years. But what matters is on a global basis, a lot of the stuff that we consume is simply being made elsewhere. The other thing you can tell about this chart, so far at least, the single greatest factor driving US GHG emissions down has been coal to gas switching rather than an increase in solar and wind. Now that may change in the years ahead, but at least as it relates to the last 10 to 15 years, coal to gas switching has by far been the dominant trend. I think it's nearing its end. There's only so low you can go on coal. It'll probably drop again by half over the next, let's say, 10 years or so. But from here on in, there's going to have to be a lot of heavier lifting on wind and solar for decarbonizing overall primary energy consumption. Next.
Let's pull that thread a little bit, Michael. If you do stretch this, this chart forward, what do the trend lines look like?
Well, I mean, it depends. Do you want to stretch it forward using the hockey stick forecast common to green tech media, Bloomberg New Energy Finance, and other predictive agencies that have historically been too optimistic? That's a very different picture than if you simply stretch it forward based on projections from the EIA. These things matter, right? Because the inflection points on wind and solar are very different depending upon the pace of change and what you think is going to happen now. As we all sit here, Senate Democrats and House Democrats are negotiating and horse trading over Manchin's siting bill. Why is that so important? You can't possibly build the amount of wind and solar power that is anticipated and implied by the energy bill unless you also pass Manchin's bill on simplifying the siting of transmission. And this is an issue across the United States. And I think we have another, if we go, well, let's go to the next page, because this in part answers your question. How fast can we build this stuff? And this is the big question for Europe, which is trying to decarbonize through a lot of wind and solar power, and the United States. So this chart is the speed at which we have added capacity of all types for electricity on a per capita basis. So there was a peak in the 70s when we had a bunch of coal and nuclear. There was a second little mini nuclear peak in the 80s. And then we had this really compressed frenzy of natural gas additions in the early 2000s. Recently, we're running at about half that peak rate, much of which is wind and solar. That JPM number for the next 8 years is what we expect. So we expect the next decade or so to entail a level of wind and solar additions that match the peak natural gas additions. That's a really optimistic forecast because it's a lot easier to connect a few large natural gas plants to the grid than it is to connect hundreds and hundreds of small wind and solar systems to the grid, many of which are located really far away from urban demand centers. And so they have higher transmission needs per kilowatt than natural gas does. If that red thing at the top is what's implied in the 40% GHG reductions that got announced by the Senate when they passed the energy bill. Is it mathematically possible? Yes. Is it technically possible? Yes. But I have a lot of questions about the supply chains, labor costs, and siting issues that would be needed in order to meet that kind of goal. And these are really important discussions because if you believe the modeling that was done for the energy bill, you would start to cut the legs out from underneath the natural gas industry today because you would need much less of it in 2030 and even less in 2035. And you potentially have Mark Carney's stranded asset scenario materializing. I personally think the stranded asset scenarios for oil and for gas are incorrect, at least as it relates to 2050 and 2070, because I think the world is still going to need those fossil fuels. And I think this journey is going to take a lot longer than he does. And that's where a lot of people differ. Let's go to the next page. Here's the other part. And I don't recall hearing enough about this in the prior session. We're living through a war in Europe where Europe has learned its lesson about excessive reliance on Russia for energy. Russia's energy, a European energy reliance on Russia is probably 10 to 15 times what it is in any other region of the world. Well, if we're about to go down this renewable transition, look who makes all the stuff, right? They produce it, they refine it, they ship it, they assemble it. The numbers are all pretty consistent here. And one of the things that got put into the energy bill was a clause that your $7,500 federal tax credit is only available if there's at least a 40 or 50 or 60% domestic content for batteries and critical minerals. I don't think any electric vehicles in the United States would qualify or come close to qualifying for that credit today. And we'll see over time whether or not we can produce and refine lithium in the United States in the amounts necessary. But it's kind of fascinating to me that as we're living through this horrific experience in Europe, where their natural gas and electricity prices are 10 times higher than they are in the United States, and they're paying a heavy geopolitical price for their energy reliance, we're about to embark on this journey of renewables. And I don't think there's near enough discussion about how this issue is going to be handled, particularly when we're also facing within the next decade a potential conflict of some kind with China over the ultimate resolution of Taiwan. So that's why I put this chart in here, because there are some difficult questions that one has to answer as it relates to these things.
So you're laying out a number of challenges, kind of framing some of the investment space.
Yes, I have two more quick ones.
Sure.
Question for you. So given China's geopolitical play, particularly on the continent of Africa, as it focuses on these minerals and vital components, what are you seeing being done by the EU or by the West or by the US to kind of relate to that? I mean, are we likewise to see some geopolitical competition on the continent there? And are there related opportunities because of that? What's kind of I hear a lot about the competition, but it's funny how I don't hear nearly as much about the actual ground on the continent where a lot of these minerals and things are vital minerals are coming from.
Yeah, well, there's lithium in a lot of places. The question is do you want to produce it and refine it? And are you willing to, and if you adhere to Western standards of environmental protection of water aquifers, how much is it going to cost? I mean, that's the big question. A lot of these things, particularly in the western part of the United States, a lot of these minerals can be found. But the permitting and siting to build a production and refining facility, can take years. One of our clients owns a Wyoming wind farm. They have been working for the last 17 years at building the transmission lines to bring it to California. And 85% of the project is on public lands. So it's taking them 17 years to navigate the siting process for 15% of the miles of the transmission miles. The US and European political systems were custom built for people to object to projects for any number of reasons and require 1,000 and 2,000 page environmental impact studies. There's a lot of benefits that come with that, but all of a sudden we're starting to see renewable advocates start to raise questions about some of these things because they're being used across the country to block renewable transmission projects. The archetypal situation is in Massachusetts, the most liberal bastion of the United States. They signed a deal 10 years ago to get hydropower from Hydro-Quebec at 5 cents a kilowatt hour, okay? A tenth of the price of electricity in Europe. First, New Hampshire blocked the transmission line, then Maine blocked it. Now the project is dead, and Massachusetts is going to have to burn more natural gas instead, or wait another decade to build out offshore wind. So as it stands right now, the machinery of state and local objections and NIMBYism is being used just as often, if not more often, to block renewable projects as they are to block non-renewable projects. Let's go to the next page and I'll show you an example of that. This, I think, is the most challenging requirement of all, right? Because the future that Mark Carney talks about is a highly electrified one. because you've electrified winter heating, you've electrified your car, you've electrified your everything that relates to your building and industrial production. Well, you better build out the grid. But the grid's only growing about 1% a year. And what's assumed in the Inflation Reduction Act is a wholesale change. And I don't know how you get there without some kind of federal eminent domain legislation to make it happen. I mean, in California, you can't even stack container ships more than 2 high, right? So lots of times local regulations make things very difficult to do. And then I want to show you just the next page after that. It's very hard to electrify the production of stuff that doesn't conduct electricity. And when you think about all of the energy that's used to make cement and plastics, ammonia, concrete, glass, and rubber, it's been a mix of natural gas and petroleum for the last 40 years. The share of electricity in industrial production is unchanged since 1980. And so I'm much less optimistic than some people are that there's going to be some magic bullets related to the hydrogen economy that are all of a sudden going to make this thing change so rapidly. So from an investments perspective, we see opportunities in both traditional oil and gas related sectors and in renewables. And, you know, I think the biggest mistake people make is to think that you can accelerate the renewable transition by starving the fossil fuel industry of capital. There's almost no evidence that that's the case. Over the last few years, the largest oil companies in the world have cut their capital spending by 75%, and global consumption of fossil fuels are unchanged. And
We do have a question from the floor, Michael.
yeah, go ahead.
Hi, Michael. Gina Sanchez. Good to see you again. I agree with a lot of what you're saying, and I completely agree that the energy transition will likely have to, in some way, involve the fossil fuel sector. But what you've just described, the thing that resonated with me is this notion that we are going to create a world where the reporting in places like the US and Europe shows huge, huge progress while we're simply offshoring it. So we become like green and dirty economies, and the sort of global numbers remain more or less the same. The other question that I'm asking, and I think that Germany has had to face this, is this notion of going backwards in terms of their view on nuclear. I think nuclear has been the redheaded stepchild in terms of a middle ground for getting to wherever it is that we want to go. What do you think about that as a possible midway?
Yeah, well, let me address the first part. China adds more coal every year than the rest of the world decommissions. Now, that is no reason not to proceed on this decarbonization journey, because as some of these technologies are perfected in the West, eventually they will make their way to the developing world. Lord knows the Chinese have taken almost everything else we've invented. So it's a good idea for us to proceed and continue to develop some of these things. I think the Scandinavians have been at the forefront of electric heat pumps, highly efficient electric heat pumps, which electrify winter heating, so you don't have to combust gas or fuel oil. They have also been at the forefront of developing primary steel production using hydrogen instead of carbon. I think that's still a 2030, 2035 thing, but the West needs to go down these journeys and eventually spread these technologies. By the way, the Chinese are making just as large investments in different kind of renewable things. As it relates to nuclear, it's a mixed bag. The Germans are not going to go back into nuclear. They're actually burning more coal, and they're building some temporary floating regasification facilities to buy more US LNG. And I think they view that as an 18 to 24-month solution while they're waiting for some of their other decarbonized energy sources to come online. France is making a U-turn. Instead of turning off nuclear, Macron announced they're going to add 25 gigawatts. But I think the number one trend in nuclear, and you're seeing it in California, is don't turn off the ones that work. It's too hard to get new ones built and commissioned. It's too expensive. But if you have something that's working, try to maximize its useful life before you decommission it, because the number of wind turbines that would be required to replace Diablo Canyon is a very, very big number. But, to be clear, we were promised a solution 40 years ago to the question of radioactive spent uranium fuel rods, which are no longer reliable enough to use to generate electricity, but which are still radioactive, and we still don't have one. The industry has not come up with a solution to that. Yucca Mountain never got built, and the storage pools and the dry casks that are being used right now are, national security disasters waiting to happen. So I am sympathetic with people who are still reluctant to embrace nuclear as a long-term solution. Plus, it would take the United States 10 to 15 years to make a U-turn on it anyway.
So maybe one final theme we can mine a little bit on technology, Michael. You've mentioned Moore's law. Technology can shape investment opportunity in the near term and longer term. Can you speak to what is Moore's law and how might it create some uncertainty in future scenarios and pathways here?
Well, rather than getting bogged down in Moore's law, I think there's a lot of transitions that happen quickly, and over the last few years, and we have this chart that shows smartphone adoption, ride sharing apps, certain trends in genetic medicine and biotechnology more broadly. Some of those ecosystems are well designed for rapid change. As I mentioned, here we are, it's 20 years after some of these things began, and wind and solar still make up 1 to 5% of energy consumption, and electric vehicles represent 1 to 2% of all the cars on the road in the world. So I think the inflection points of those things will pick up, but these are really long journeys. The assets being replaced here have long, useful lives. Every time we have cars that are 12 to 15 years old, and my wife has friends that we give them to get another few years out of it, right? And that's an anecdote, but it's a metaphor for something. The gas furnace and the oil boiler in your house will last for 20 to 25 years. Single family homes in the United States are built at the rate of 1% of the stock every year. So if you pass regulations to make them more energy efficient, new buildings, it'll take decades before the entire stock has changed. So a lot of the technologies that are being developed are going to take a long time to penetrate the machines and prime movers and vehicles that we all use, unless we are willing to increase as taxpayers what we're willing to pay to encourage people to switch sooner, even before the useful life of their fixed assets has been exhausted. And that's part of, there's some of that in the energy bill to try to convince people to trade in their internal combustion engine cars. But, we'll see. Electric, and here's the other question. And I can't see everybody in the room. So I'm going to ask you to tell me the answer. Ask people who own an electric car to raise their hand. How many people in the room own an electric vehicle of some kind?
Does it count if you've ordered one, but it hasn't come yet?
Sure.
So I think we're about 40% of the round table here.
Okay. Now, if you own a battery electric vehicle, keep your hand up. If you own a hybrid or plug-in hybrid, put your hand down.
So we went down to maybe about 15%.
Right. That's the point, which is hybrid and plug-in hybrid vehicles are great, but they are still essentially, in most circumstances, internal combustion engine cars with a battery that'll take you 20 miles or so. So for somebody that is exclusively using that car as a station car or within town to do grocery shopping, that can become a grid vehicle. But a lot of the EV numbers that we're seeing a lot of those cars are hybrid vehicles and which still consume a fair amount of gasoline. So and for investors, just remember where we were 18 months ago. Okay. And I want to say this in a nice way, but 18 months ago, every profitless hydrogen, vanadium redox battery company going public with a SPAC and had no business plan was getting paid very high multiples in the market. The traditional oil and gas sector was trading at its biggest discount in the market in probably 90 years, according to some research I saw. And people were citing Mark Carney's research as a reason for that gap. And on a dime, it all switched. And it's possible for Mark to be right in the very long run. But as investors, there's another 10 to 15 years in front of us when there's going to be a lot of profitability in a variety of different kind of energy business models. And you got to look out. As soon as the Fed takes the punch bowl away, all sorts of companies that were surviving based on valuation rather than any measure of profits are going to get hammered. And that's exactly what happened this spring. And I don't think that process is over.
All right. Well, we appreciate the insights, Michael. Thank you for joining us. We're going to try to keep on track with our schedule here, but on behalf of the board and trustees, thank you for overcoming the technology.
You're welcome. And I apologize on behalf of all of JP Morgan for our poor technology setup. Thanks a lot, guys.
Great. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Jim Rice, and we're going to jump into a deep dive with some of our asset managers on where they're deploying capital in the midst of the energy transition. Thanks.
Sit here. Thank you. Thank you. And can we, there's Suniva. Great. Good morning, trustees and other members of LACERA staff and other guests. This final section of the energy transition panel will be a little different. Here we've brought in two of our existing managers that are making investments in this space, and we do want to keep this section interactive. I have some prepared questions I intend to hope to ask our panelists, but we also want to make sure the board is free to ask any questions they have as well. So we have two guests joining us today, as previously mentioned. We have Pierre Antil, who's the CEO and co-founder of Axiom Infrastructure, which has been a North American-based infrastructure manager based in Quebec. And then we're also joined by Suniva Bjornstad, who is a senior partner at High Tech Vision, which is a Norwegian-based private equity firm that's focused currently on this energy transition space. So we'd like to welcome them to our panel. You should know LACERA has made investments with both of these managers. We've made commitments to the two funds in the past year as part of our real assets program. And one of the ways I would just characterize Axiom is a core manager. We consider them to be a core manager for us. And then on High Tech Vision, we view as a more of an opportunistic manager in this space. So maybe we can just start off. I think, we were talking about energy transition. I think there's a lot of concepts that were thrown around. And just as a investor, sometimes it's confusing kind of what's energy transition. But I think we all kind of maybe understand what renewable is. So I'd like to start with just having our panelists describe, what renewable investments they've made in their investment programs, how they view kind of the risk and return of those investments, as a core and opportunistic investor. What risks are they willing to take on as an investor in these spaces? So maybe we'll start with you, Pierre, and you can talk about what you've done at Axiom in that area.
Thank you very much, Jim. And you hear me well? Thank you for the invitation. And thank you for supporting us. Quite happy to have you as investors. It's an honor and a privilege. So we have been active in the renewable power sector from our inception. So we set up the firm in 2009. And at that time, we adopted a policy whereby we were excluding coal and oil from our investments. The only fossil fuel we've invested in is gas-fired generation in regions where it's replacing coal. So in other words, where it's bringing a reduction of CO2 emissions. But let's say we've been doing renewable power investments from the very beginning. So we started with solar investments and wind investments, wind power investments in 2010. We've done hydropower. We've got investments in transmission and distribution. So we're pretty much everything that's currently being done in the renewable power sector we're involved in. Actually, here in California, we have done our first battery storage investment last year in Crimson. It's contracted with South California Edison and PG&E, so it's 15-year contracts. And we do have hydropower in British Columbia. So we have pretty much everything you see. The one thing we don't do so far, we've looked at it, but it's a little more difficult, and then that goes to the risk profile, is biogas and biomass. And the reason we're not doing that, it's much more difficult to set out a business plan because we are a long-term buy and hold investor. So we view it in terms of a life cycle for the full duration. So we don't buy and sell assets, we buy assets and then own and operate them for the full life cycle. So for instance, one question that came up earlier is, so what about a gas-fired power plant, which emits CO2, which you're doing right now as transition investments? That's what we're doing. And so what we're doing is we're assuming their life cycle goes out to 2049, because we're assuming that by 2050, it will be a stranded asset. So we're assigning zero value at the end. The only value would be selling out some of the parts if they're still usable. So, so in other words, you know, as you can see, we've committed to net zero CO2 emissions by 2050. We are a signatory to the NZAN, the Net Zero Alliance Managers, that was set up by Mark Carney and his group. And so we've been, but let's say it's been, so I guess the Paris Accord was signed in 2016, but you know, we were committed to renewable power in 2009 when we started. So it's been from the beginning.
And just maybe in terms of, as a core investor, what does that mean for you in terms of risk, in terms of return expectations and the types of risks you're willing to take on?
Well, that's a good one. So we are a core investor, as you know, and so that means that we are somewhat risk averse. So what that means is we like to have assets that are either have long-term contracts that support revenues, or that are done in a regulated framework, and so you end up always taking a bit of residual market risk, but we try to keep it as small as possible. So if you look at our portfolio right now, about 60% of the portfolio is fully contracted. In Canada, the weighted average remaining duration of our contracts is 23 years, and in the US, it's 18 years. So you're talking about long-dated contracts. In the US, they tend to be shorter. Like, for instance, our battery storage projects here are 15-year contracts. But still, for the next 15 years, we have 100% of the revenue that is guaranteed, in this case, in California by Southern California Edison and PG&E. The next layer we like is regulated, because then what you have is essentially a regulated framework that provides for your revenue, where you have a rate base on which you earn a return on equity. And in North America, and it's all like that in Europe and in most regulated arenas, you have a sort of a cost of service approach to building the rate making, which provides for inflation protection, which provides for your interest costs to be included, all of your operating costs included in your tariffs, and a certain level of return, which currently stands in the range of 9 to 10% for those assets. So about, I would say, in the range of 20% of our portfolio right now is regulated. So it leaves less than 20% of our portfolio, which has GDP exposure or market exposure. We have about, I would say, 8% of our value right now that is tied to power prices. So it's market, so a merchant type of. Now, obviously, in today's market, with power prices going up, that portion is actually gaining value. And then the 10 to 12%, which is GDP driven. So that means things like in transportation, toll roads, container terminals, and now energy transition affects obviously quite a bit power generation and all of the energy sector. but it affects all sectors, as was pointing out by the fellow at JP Morgan, let's say transportation and so forth. We are in transportation. We are in healthcare and social infrastructure where we have real estate type of assets. But even in those sectors, we've been looking at approaches to fighting climate change. And like for instance, one example, we own a container terminal in Montreal. We bought it in 2015. When we bought it, all of the mobile gantries that were moving the containers around the terminal were diesel operated. We tried a pilot project. We switched one from diesel to electric power. In Quebec, all of the electric power is renewable. So it was a net gain, right? Net gain. And in Quebec also, we have something that comes from California, is we have carbon pricing. And the carbon pricing goes to a green fund. And so what we did is we applied to the green fund. We got support to invest, and we changed all of our gantries. Now they're all electric operated. We've reduced CO2. This is a transportation asset that it was emitting CO2. We've reduced it to zero. And there's an additional benefit. Electric power is much less noisy than diesel gantries. And so for the workers on site, it went from a very noisy environment to a much more calm and pleasant environment. So it's a benefit all the way. And in the end, also, it's accretive to our returns. So, it's a win-win-win.
Thank you. I'd like to turn it over to Suniva to talk about the work they've done in renewable power generation. I'm not sure if you saw the slide from the previous speaker. I'm not sure if you could see it from where you are, but one of the points he was making was, a lot of the renewable power infrastructure comes from China, but one of the few areas where it showed a large area of investment was European wind. So maybe you can talk about that and other areas where you've done in renewable power, and then help us understand too, as an opportunistic investor, how you view the risks you're willing to take and your return expectations.
Yes, absolutely. Just making sure that you can hear me well.
Yes, you can.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for getting the opportunity to participate on this panel. We're really, of course, delighted that we have LACERA on board as one of our key LPs in the new fund. So I think the two last sessions with Mark and Michael have been, quite enlightening in two different ways in a way, and I think we're quite positioned in the middle of that. And just as a note on this EV cars, so in Norway, actually, where I sit in Oslo right now, the electrical vehicles made out, what did I note down here? 65% of all new cars sold in 2021. And in addition, 22% of the total was plug-in hybrids. So it's not really a lot of fossil fuel driven cars being sold in Norway anymore. And I think we're also the second largest customer to Tesla, I think, in terms of countries. So we come from quite a different place than what Michael described from a US perspective. Maybe just one sentence on High-Tech Vision, just before I dive into the kind of renewable energy part. So High-Tech Vision as a company and as a manager, we've been around for 30 years or so and set up around 150 companies within oil and gas primarily. And we have now recently in the part of a transitioning activity, but we still do own oil and gas and we still have investments in that. But all of our new investments will be within the renewable space. So in terms of our strategy, we would like to continue to be a responsible owner of oil and gas and try to decarbonize what we own within oil and gas as well as we can, reducing emissions, doing CCS on oil installations, electrifying installations, etc. So that's one key topic. And then, of course, what I work on these days is on the renewable side. So the renewable side, over to that one, which is your question. We closed our fund in August this year, but we have already done 3 investments. So I can come back to how they kind of present us as a company and how we have chosen to build companies in the context of the market that we see. But the market, we see two kind of core energy themes, and one is on the energy supply side, so renewable production. It's a huge need for energy. The energy security situation in Europe is, high on the agenda. The supply was tight even before the Russian war began, and now it's, a lot worse. And it was mentioned that we have 10 times the electricity price of the US, which is about right, and it's a challenging situation. The cure, the way we see it, is really building out more renewable energy. And in terms of percentages there, the energy made in Europe is around 40% renewable, but the energy consumed is around 20% renewable. So we're still a net importer of energy, and I think what we're trying to become is more self-sufficient in terms of the energy that we do use. So as an investor, investing into origination or production of renewable energy is really something in our heart. It's really in the core of what we want to do. And then the second theme is really what happens in a society that becomes decarbonized and where everything is electrified. It opens up a lot of new business areas that we also want to invest in. This can be CCS, carbon capture and storage, EV charging, infrastructure, production of fuels, biofuels, other types of industrial solution that Pierre also touched upon on kind of the construction sites and moving over from machineries working on fossil fuel to machineries working on electrification. As a backdrop on the market is also that it becomes more and more complex and integrated with this renewable energy coming into the market. Increases the volatility, increases the intermittency of the renewable sources. And we need to handle that risk in a way that, we're not really sure how that type of market layout will look in the years to come. So that's something that we kind of need to deal with. Different types of regulatory approaches, different types of subsidy structures across all of the different countries. So it's quite a challenging and very fluid market situation that we're standing in the middle of. So as an investor, how do we deal with that and how do we use that? Maybe two key strategic choices that we have made on how we deal with that. One is that we build companies. We see that as the best method for us, as the best strategy for us to kind of make it and have a robust risk protection while also having upside potential. So building companies, not just investing in assets, but having assets within a company frame, but also focusing on building teams, building track record, creating growth platforms is important in our strategy. And secondly, we do this more and more through a partnership approach. Because of the added complexity, we see that the complementary and skill set in background and positions is so important that partnering up, from our point of view, we partner with industrial companies, and there we can kind of benefit from their deep technological competence and position, and complement that with the PE approach with more structuring capabilities, M&A competence, etc., and be a catalyst of change for these industrial companies. So if I have time, I can also just mention the 3 deals that we have done because they're quite different. So they kind of cover a bit on our thinking and the choices that we have made. The first one is a company called Eneo. This is a Norwegian so far. We will expand this to the Nordics. But so far, this is a Norwegian company. It's a 50-50 joint venture with a Norwegian regional utility company. The focus there is on hydro production, onshore wind, and more recently on solar. We acquired a portion of solar company last week. And this company is also moving towards midstream and downstream sectors to really capture the whole, energy service. So capturing, what's actually delivered towards the customers, trading and marketing, and also the infrastructure of where the electricity goes after it's been produced. So that's one of the three. Second one is called Celsio. This is a district heating business in Oslo. It's the largest district heating business in this region that we have acquired in a three-partite partnership together with the largest regional utility in Oslo, which is owned by the municipality, and also with the Swedish infrastructure company. So it's a three-partite partnership. This district heating business is really interesting, and the way that this works is there is a waste incineration plant in Oslo, which has a large CO2 emission, around 17% of the whole CO2 emissions in Oslo. And through this transaction, we are enabling a CCS project for that waste incineration plant, so that the reduction of the Oslo's emission will be huge, and it will be a net zero business. So that was kind of an enabling factor. And then the excess heat generated from this waste incinerator is used to heat up water that goes through pipes throughout the city to heat up houses. So that one is very interesting. Number three is called Vårgrønn, and apologies for the difficult Norwegian name with two Norwegian letters. This is a partnership that we have with Eni. So Eni, the state-owned global energy company in Italy. It's one of the 7 global majors. They have a partnership with High-Tech Vision. We have built an oil and gas company with Eni, something we set up in 2018. It's been quite a huge success in Norway. It's now the 3rd largest E&P company in Norway. And based on this partnership and relationship that we have developed with Eni, we have now also set up an offshore wind joint venture with them. And through this company, we have now invested into Dogger Bank, which is the largest offshore wind farm in the world when it becomes operational in 2024 in outside the UK. So it's quite a variety, I think, of investments, but located kind of within either energy production or energy solutions.
Okay, thank you, Sunniva. I can't see if there's questions from the board, and I know we're.
No questions, and I think we have like another minute.
Okay. Maybe I can just ask briefly from our two panelists. I think there's also, as investors, we view this energy transition space, more broadly. That include, I think we referred to some of these in the comments that were made. But energy transition could include things like investing in gas-powered heating, gas-powered electricity generation, district heating, battery storage. Can you maybe just describe what you see as potentially in the area of energy transition, starting with you, Pierre?
Well, for sure, battery storage is something that's really emerging because there's huge needs. And when you have intermittent sources, you need the steady. We just did another very large transaction here in California where we invested $550 million US at Edwards Air Force Base on solar and battery storage that's being built. It's going to be one of the largest projects. So there are some newer types of approaches, like obviously hydrogen is seen as a eventual solution. That is something that's outside of our typical type of investments because it involves, first of all, the economics is not yet easy to tackle. It's not so much a technology issue, it's just a very large structural issue, replacing everything, going from fossil to hydrogen. And then the cost of producing the hydrogen is immense. So we don't see it as ripe enough for us because we tend to do things that are already more stable. But for sure, the storage aspect and then the grid. So that was mentioned earlier. We do have a transmission line here that brings renewable power to LA. We built that on with South California Edison and the Morongo Band. A big issue is siting, and then permitting. Here, the solution was brought by having a relationship with the Morongo Band. The Morongo, it's on their territory. And let's say in North America, a lot of things are built on First Nation or Indigenous territory. Like in Canada, we have multiple hydropower plants. They're all on First Nation territory. So we have them as partner. We bring them in. We have deals with the Tahltans in BC, with the band in Kamloops for some other installations. So that's the way to build those relationships. But for sure, battery storage, transmission, distribution. Another sector will be distributed generation. So we just invested this year in a company in Boston. We bought 100% of it actually, which develops community solar and storage. And now the benefit of that is it can be co-located in facilities where, you know, the usage of land is minimal, or it does not impede continuous usage of land. So typically we'll locate in a agricultural sector, and the farmer will still be using his farm and gets additional revenue from our installations. And then we connect directly to the distribution grid rather than the transmission. So grid access is easier, costs are lower. And so you end up having a lot of small, and then you can locate closer to the load also. The one issue that was mentioned earlier is when you have large wind power projects or solar power projects. You know, we just signed last Friday the largest solar power project in Canada. So we're buying 100% of it. It's 465 megawatt. That project, 465 megawatt, that's significant, but that would be about, I would say, less than 1% of the power generated required for California. That site uses land of about half of Manhattan. So one project, half of the land of Manhattan. It's the largest in Canada, but still, you know, it gives you a sense of the challenge, which will be a physical challenge, location, grid access. And so, but you know, necessity is the mother of invention. So, you know, we can look at it in a pessimistic way or be more optimistic or whatever. Whatever we do, we just have to do it. There's no choice because, you know, it's a real thing. The climate change issue is very real. And the only way to handle it is a full reorganization of the way our economies are organized. It's a full of how the society is organized. So it's a big challenge. It's not only a capital challenge. I guess the capital aspect of it is not the toughest one because there's a lot of capital available. The challenge is really the physical aspects, location, grid. So this issue of grid access is something that, you know, regulators in North America should really focus on. And where regulators make a difference, like in Michigan, we own a distribution utility. They let us put in our rate base solar power to replace fossil fuel. And then they've told us to put in our rate base, which we're happy to do, EV charging. So now we're putting it in our distribution network, but that's the regulator taking an initiative to put it in the rate base to make sure that it's going to be achieved.
Thank you, Pierre. Maybe just to our final comment from Suneva. If you mentioned some of the more, maybe this more expansive view of energy transition, the work you've done in district heating and carbon capture and storage. Are there other near-term investment ideas that you have as a firm that would fit this expanded definition beyond just renewables that you would consider currently?
Yeah, sure. Maybe one thing that I could highlight is electrification of oil and gas installations through offshore wind. That's really quite a hot topic and something that Norway and UK is trying to cooperate on. So how can we decarbonize, and then you can build out renewable energy that can decarbonize oil and gas installations for the remaining part of their lifetime. And then, you know, whatever excess capacity you have can just be transported back to the grid, so that it's quite a flexible approach. And in addition to that, I just really support Pierre's comment about land, because that's really, you know, the scarcity, the way we see it, land and grid. So it's really all about land grabbing in Europe these days, and it's something that we have high on our agenda. And through our companies that are developers, we have a kind of a combination of assets that are, you know, quite mature in the life cycle, assets that are coming into operation. But also we try to couple that with land grabbing, because that's where the returns are highest. But of course, the risk is also, you know, higher. But the combination of the two is where we kind of see the unique impact.
Okay, thank you. So I don't know,
Great,
is there any
thank you very
questions?
much. I don't see any more questions. Thank you for the panelists, great presentations. And we stand adjourned for lunch
Mr.
until
Mr.
1 o'clock on your,
Can I just make one introduction?
absolutely.
Right. Thank you. And just as we go to lunch, we are joined by a special guest. This summer, we have two interns, undergrads, we both through SEO. Both are working with our real estate group on an attribution project. One, I believe, is joining us virtually, Philip Otero. Philip is at the University of Chicago. I'm not sure if he's on, but as you're looking for someone to have lunch with, our other intern I know flew in from New York, who is at Columbia University, Eduardo Ibanez. And I see Edward is raising his hand in the back. So Edward, I'm sure you will have plenty of people that will want to join you for lunch now. So thank you for everything that you've done for LACERA over the summer.
And adjourn. Till 1. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It was short.
Good afternoon.
Okay.
Hello.
Everyone enjoyed the lunch. Thanks for the panelists for waiting while people wrapped up their lunches here. I'll do a quick introduction to then hand it off to Allison, Adams, who will moderate the panel. Just in terms of a little housekeeping and logistics for the panelists, you may not be able to see if people have raised their hands or asking questions. If that happens, I will interrupt Allison. So just to notify you that, hey, now somebody here has a question. In that case, if you could just pause. Just to people heard on different themes on macroeconomics this morning, and tied into that, we will focus on globalization specifically on this panel, and also the evolving nature of globalization and how it may impact emerging markets. To set the context for that a little bit, this is a familiar slide, slide 3, that's in the package. That's also part of the CIO package. And this shows LACERA's exposure globally across different geographies. So it shows us as about 70% of our exposure investment-wise is in the US and 30% is non-US, outside of US. And that exposure has grown over time. With that, I'm going to hand it off to our moderator, Dr. Allison Adams. Allison is the Executive Vice President and Research Consultant for Makita. Her research focuses on global macro issues, and she sits on several of the global cross-asset committees at Makita. So over to you, Allison.
Thank you so much, Pushpam. I just wanted to take a moment and introduce my co-panelists. We have Monica and Zoltan joining us today, and I appreciate them joining us and sharing their expertise. Monica Dubois is an expert, senior fellow from the Peterson Institute for International Economics, and she is going to share with us some of her expertise on Latin America, emerging markets, and COVID policy. And so I'm very excited to be joined by her today. And also we have Zoltan Pozar from Credit Suisse. Zoltan, as you can see on your materials, has a storied career, having spent time at the New York Federal Reserve, and has also been working with IMF and G20 consultant groups, and he's also worked with the G7 policymakers and central banks and finance ministries. So he has a deep bench of experience, especially in the world of central banks and monetary policy. So with that, I'll just go ahead and jump right in. Zoltan and I think we sort of divvied up our comments and our areas of expertise, but I just wanted to sort of tee us up today and talk a little bit about the impacts of the global pandemic and the war in Ukraine, and how these events have actually reignited nationalist political sentiments on the left and the right around the world. there seem to be mounting concerns from many corners about the possibility that globalization, which has been such a driver of returns for investors over the past few decades, may be slowing or even going into reverse. So I'm going to tee up with you, Monica, to get us started. You've done a lot of work on all of the tensions between multilateralism and cooperation and versus nationalism, in particular in Latin America. Can you tell us a little bit more about how these competing political and economic impulses are playing out there, and what possible implications could there be for emerging markets?
Yeah, so thank you very much, Allison, and it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for LACERA for inviting me, and it's a pleasure to be here with Zoltan speaking on these issues. So on nationalism, and specifically on economic nationalism, which is sort of the policy content, as it were, of nationalism, which we sort of know well. I mean, it's the combination of protectionism, industrial policy, and a number of other policy dimensions that one can build into that. We have certainly been seeing over the past several years, a growing impetus on the part of countries, and Latin America is obviously no exception because it always wants to do industrial policy and protectionism. We have seen that grow over the past few years, and that's come hand in hand with, just this overall sense that things are not going well in Latin America, that things need to change, that politicians and traditional politics is discredited, that globalization, which is being questioned all over the world, has always been questioned in Latin America. So this is something that's sort of part of the day-to-day of being in the region, is questioning globalization. So all of these movements, sort of with a nationalist bent that we're seeing happen in different parts of the world, they are having an influence in the region beyond what the region already does to itself in terms of nationalist policies. So if we look across the region, for example, we see, in Mexico, we have seen a greater bent towards protectionism, even though the Mexican economy needs openness in order to operate in the way that it does. It's an economy that's very much integrated, not just to North America, to the United States and Canada, but also very integrated with the rest of the world as well. And yet, the sort of political economy winds, as it were, are blowing in the direction of, nationalism and more protectionism. Then as you go, sort of further south and into South America, the changes in politics that are happening in the region at the moment. So, we've had a leftist or a center leftist government elected in Chile. We saw a leftist government be elected in Colombia for the first time. There are elections coming up in Brazil, and we don't know exactly what's going to happen there, although we think we do. It'll likely end up with the ousting of Bolsonaro, but we don't yet know. But the bottom line is that all of these regimes have a protectionist bent and have a sort of, if not exactly anti-globalization, because of course these economies do depend a lot on the rest of the world. I mean, many of them are commodity exporters. They depend on the diplomatic and commercial relationships that they have established with different countries. Still, there is a tension there. There's a tension with, this move towards greater nationalism. This is not going to change. And if anything, this is likely to sort of, get a little worse before it gets better. So definitely, the region is in the grips of nationalism and economic nationalism at the moment, and that's not changing, and especially not under these newer regimes. So I'll leave it at that for the moment.
Thanks so much, Monica. Zoltan, outside of Latin America, are you seeing some of the same sort of backing away from the globalist impulses, backing away, if you will, from multilateralism and openness to free trade? And are you seeing political risks in the globalization model in general, which could impact investor returns going forward?
Yes, my goodness, yes. I mean, I see a lot of those issues. Let me just take a step back. I mean, I'm going to paint a pretty dark picture, but I think we have every reason to be concerned about the direction of the world from here. I just want to put on the table the simple observation that I think we are in midst of an economic world war between major powers. If I may recommend some books for the audience, one book that had a major impact on my thinking in recent months since the outbreak of the war is Dale Copeland's Economic Interdependence and War. It's a beautiful book that came out a few years ago, which basically makes a very simple observation. It's a 200-year review of economic history and military history. Since the Napoleonic Wars and the Crimean Wars and everything. And the simple thesis of this book, what's at the center of it, it's called the theory of trade expectations. And the simple observation is that for as long as great powers expect their trade relationships to be positive, they will remain at peace. And if they don't expect their trade relationships to be positive, they go to war. And they go to war to secure resources, they go to war to secure markets, they go to war to secure technologies. And I think this is exactly what we are seeing play out at the moment. There is two of these dependent relationships that are basically heading for a catastrophic breakdown. The first of this is the economic relationship between Russia and Europe, which, for the moment at least, it's over. There is no more gas coming through Nord Stream 1. And we are also having a lot of difficulties around the economic relationship between China and the US. And I think it's very important to highlight that you had two major geopolitical anchors to globalization. One was the first bloc, let's call it Russia. Russia is delivering gas and oil to Europe and is feeding European industry, and European industry, basically Germany's export machine, is exporting all it can. And basically you can make a simple equation that Russian energy, cheap, reliable, steady, low volatility Russian energy has underwritten German current account surpluses and Europe as a surplus region. And so that's what's at stake, number one. Number two, the Chimerica relationship, where China is making cheap goods and exporting it to the US and is getting dollars in return and puts it into US Treasury securities. That worked again for a while. But I think, over time, as these countries have become richer, they all started to have their demands on the world stage. So this is always the issue with emerging powers like China or a power that's perhaps nostalgic for its former status in the world, which is Russia. And so what we have seen, just to summarize for you, I mean, I think these are huge deals. Over the past 6 months since the war in the Ukraine broke out, we've seen 4 major blockades. We've seen a blockade of Europe from an energy perspective. I don't think we need to mince words. We've seen a blockade of $500 billion of FX reserves. We don't need to mince words. We've seen a blockade of a naval blockade of Taiwan for a week. We don't need to mince words. And the US is quite active building a complete technology blockade around China to thwart China's ambitions to become a tech superpower and to challenge the US in that domain. And so the themes here is that there is tensions in terms of military balance of power in Europe. There is tension in terms of economic and energy balance of power in Europe. There is tension in the technological balance of power, and then there is tension in the naval balance of power in the South China Sea. And just before we started this panel conversation, I've seen a news item on Reuters that the U.S. is planning a package of sanctions against China for all the things that have happened in Taiwan recently. So to answer your question simply, do I think that the global world order, as we thought of it for the past 30 years, a unipolar world order where everybody kind of dances to a single tune, is it fracturing? Yes. We are basically seeing a huge geopolitical and geostrategic fight for control of the Eurasian landmass. For students of history, this is nothing new. I mean, it's the same story during World War I, the same story during World War II. Halford Mackinder wrote about this. Zbigniew Brzezinski wrote about this. But again, just to finish my beginning comments, I think what we see today is great power politics. What we see today is an economic war, and everything that we see on our Bloomberg screens, inflation, policy rates, commodity prices, all that stuff, will have to be understood from that perspective, not from our little domestic kind of perspectives that we tend on Wall Street to apply to problems and prices at hand. But I think we need to take a step back and just think about for a moment about the fact that the financial industry that we live in became what it became during the post-Berlin Wall, globalization is rampant period. Not only do we not know how to trade rising interest rates, not only do we not know how to think about inflation conceptually, because it wasn't an issue for 30 years, we also don't know how to trade when geopolitics is in complete turmoil. I mean, during the First and the Second World War, we did not have financial markets to the extent that we are having them today. So I think it's going to be a very exciting, but very challenging period for financial investors.
Well, thanks so much, Zoltan. I appreciate the exposition. It's very clear. But moving towards that chimerica relationship that you were talking about, the rise of China, the Chinese Communist Party has a very important meeting in just a few weeks where we're expecting to see President Xi be nominated for a third term, which is quite unusual. We haven't seen that since the 1980s. And so I'd like to hear more about what you think about what China is going through right now from a political perspective, but also China has some economic headwinds of its own that it's trying to deal with. It's got a highly leveraged real estate sector, which is clearly in trouble. And then economic growth has been surprising to the downside for most of this year. And so I was wondering if you could say more about what China's growth outlook is, their political outlook. And from my perspective, I'm also very interested in sort of like this next leg forward, if China's going to be able to reaccelerate and continue to drive global growth forward in the way that it has over the past 30 years. So,
well, that's a question for me.
Yes.
Well, yeah, I mean, President Xi is traveling now. I don't know if that's the harbinger of, he's the first Chinese to travel overseas since lockdown. So maybe the lockdowns are going to be lifted or something like that. I don't know, but I mean, I think it's clear that he will be, he will remain the leader of the country. I'm fascinated by the China bear questions always, because the same thing you expect me to say about China, I could say about the UK, I could say about Europe, and I could say about the United States. Yes, they have a real estate bubble. So what? I mean, we know what it takes. Just print money and then, plug the holes. We've done this in 2008 in the US. We've done this in in Europe with the sovereign debt crisis. You know, the beautiful thing about China, for lack of a better word, is that, you know, the political system just doesn't allow for, you know, any of these major, you know, financial losses to really become systemic, because you have a certain political system that just doesn't, you know, it's not designed to vent frustration. So I'm not too worried about that. They can also, I'm more worried about China lifting lockdowns, and, you know, what that means for oil prices, and so on and so forth. And I think some of that is going to be coming soon. So again, like it's easy to kind of offset some real estate related headwind when you basically have everybody locked down, and then the whole country is just a coil that if you open up, things are going to go in the opposite direction. But look, I mean, we have major issues in Europe, energy prices everybody knows about. We have zero idea what this is going to mean from an industry perspective. I mean, steel companies and aluminum smelters are closing down in Germany because it's just simply uneconomical to do anything at these prices. We should be thinking about Europe as European industry as just a stranded asset class. I mean, you know, I remember, you know, everybody who is involved in global warming and you know, rising sea levels, and we were thinking about stranded assets if you know, sea levels rise, and so what is an economic unit today, if it's underwater tomorrow, it becomes stranded. The same, I think, can happen for a period of time at least with German industry. In the U.S., I mean, inflation is what it is. We've seen the CPI reports. The Fed is generating a big round of negative wealth effects by design to slow inflation, because 2% is their target. You know, the Fed doesn't really talk about asset prices anymore. I mean, the one thing that I heard from Powell was what he didn't say at Jackson Hole, which is he didn't mention asset prices and stock markets one bit. So these are all issues. I don't think that we need to pick on China for having its own issues. I think the scary thing about this moment in time is that every major region in the world has its own domestic issues. A lot of it is driven by geopolitics, but you know, they have severe domestic consequences. And so, you know, that's when we start to finger point. And yes, a lot of the things that I'm saying have implicit in them kind of this whiff of depression, right? Because, you know, property bubble bursting, you have an energy crisis, you have the QE asset price bubble bursting, you know, because the Fed needs to slow inflation down. So what does this mean? Is this inflationary? Is this deflationary? And what makes this complicated is that, you know, this is not a normal cycle where only demand is getting hit. This is a cycle where supply is just as volatile as demand is going to be. And so the net of this is not, you know, it's not entirely sure that it's going to be very inflationary, not entirely sure if this is going to be deflationary. What this means, because you can see it go either way. I think what that means in practical terms is that volatility, inflation volatility, policy volatility, rates volatility, commodity price volatility of everything is going to be orders of magnitude higher going forward than it has been over the past 30 years.
Well, thank you. I think that's really terrific, just to put China's issues in a broader context. China is not the only economy that's going through challenges. But you did pick out on one thing, which is the zero COVID policy, the lockdowns, and what that has meant for global supply chains and what it could mean for them. Monica, I know you've done a lot of work on this and COVID policies. Could you just tell us a little bit more about zero COVID policies in China and what the lockdowns may mean or not mean if China opens up? I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
Absolutely. So I'll address that in two ways. I'll address that first with my economist hat, and then I'll address it with my immunologist hat, because I do have both. So with my economist hat, I would add to what Zoltan was saying, that whenever we are in a scenario where you can't quite figure out if inflation is going to go up or inflation is going to go down, And we're really thinking more disinflation as opposed to deflation, which is a more widespread phenomenon in terms of what happens to prices. But whenever we're caught in the middle that way, usually that's a sign that we're heading towards stagflation, which is a situation where, you know, the global economy grows very little or very slowly, and economies individually grow very slowly. But at the same time, you have sufficiently high inflation to maintain a level of concern amongst policymakers. And I think this is the situation that, in a way, we're kind of already in, at least in some places. And where we're not, that's where the global economy seems to be heading, to me. We don't need to be reminded of what stagflation and the difficulties with stagflation. It's a very delicate situation to have to deal with when you're a policymaker, because you've got to figure out, you know, what are you going to do in the end? Are you going to keep on raising interest rates if you're, you know, if interest rates can do only so much to contain inflation? What are you going to do about fiscal policy in that context? So, you know, the policy mix is never, ever easy with stagflation. It's probably the one situation that puts the most challenge in the face of policymakers. And I think it can be easily argued that we have been moving in that direction, on the one hand, because of zero COVID in China, on the other, because of the war in Ukraine. And then, you know, on top of that, all the other problems, supply chain and supply side problems that we were having related to the pandemic, even before any of that set in. So this is sort of an overall picture. On the zero COVID issue specifically, there are many people, I have seen this, now I'm putting my immunologist hat on. I have seen a lot of people argue this amongst economists that, you know, China has decided to stick with the zero COVID policy because it doesn't have the mRNA vaccines and this, that, and the other. Let me dispel that notion as an immunologist. China may not have the mRNA vaccines, but it does have protein subunit vaccines that it has made. That is, vaccines that are very much like Novavax, which was recently approved here. It does have whole virus vaccines, attenuated virus vaccines. So these are the Coronavax made by Sinovac and other labs in China. It has been developing an mRNA vaccine of its own, and it has been developing some nasal spray vaccines as well. So there's a lot going on in the biotech COVID world in China. So it is not, you know, a simple matter to just say, oh, China doesn't have the kinds of vaccines that the rest of the world does, and this is why they've stuck to zero COVID. That's not why they've stuck to zero COVID. They've stuck to zero COVID because by doing so, they were able to basically say to the world, here it is, we controlled it, you've kept it out of control, and that's what happened to your population. Look at how many people have died, how many people have suffered. We haven't had any of that. And that was a big talking point for Xi. That was a very big talking point for him, and a very big talking point for him going into the party Congress now. Even if the population is getting fatigued. We know that the population is getting fatigued with the lockdowns. We know that this is a problem at large for the Chinese leadership. But I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, once we're past the Grand Congress, and you know, Xi is enshrined as everybody expects him to be, that this whole issue of zero COVID is either slowly or abruptly dropped. And I think Zoltan raised a point about, you know, how this could further impact oil prices. Then we're having a demand shock on top of a supply shock. So we would have those two forces coming in. But on the other hand, we would dispel a number of other supply shocks related to the zero COVID policies that are happening in China. So I'm not sure exactly, now with my economist hat back on, I'm not sure exactly, you know, on net, where you end up if you lift the zero COVID policy and you have more demand for certain inputs from China, namely oil, but at the same time, you also have a supply chain whose gaps are being filled once again because zero COVID's not in place anymore. It's not clear to me where that lands things. And I think this is something to keep an eye on and watch the data very carefully to see what materializes first, because they may not happen in conjunction. So you may have an effect on oil prices before you see the positive effect on supply chains. Most likely that's probably the way it would go. But having the first effect on oil prices is not to say that that's the only effect. That's the one point that I want to make. There is the other effect on ameliorating supply chains, which is really important. So that's what I wanted to say about that particular issue. Thank you, Allison.
Thanks so much, Monica. I love that you can do two hats for us and bring those together. That's really unique and informative. But you both touched on oil demand. And that sort of brings me back to like one of the things that we were discussing prior to this meeting today, which is we've seen tremendous swings in commodity prices since the global pandemic in early 2020. Prices for food and energy and industrial metals have swung wildly. And the war in Ukraine has really only amplified commodity prices, particularly oil, natural gas, and grains. Zoltan, can you tell us just a little bit more about how these inflation pressures, particularly with energy and food, are being pushing inflation higher in advanced economies? And what does that say about the outlook for central bank policy and investor returns going forward?
Yes. So where should we start? I mean, why don't I give you just a few, I don't know, straw man, just to kind of hang concepts on. So, you know, the way I kind of articulate my view about inflation is that this low inflation world that we all got used to had basically three, and let's just stick with the US because where the Fed goes, others will follow. So if we understand the US perspective, we kind of figure out half the interest rate question. But you know, this low inflation world we had three pillars. We had cheap immigrant labor coming to the US, which is keeping wages low. Then we had cheap goods coming out of China, which kept real wages high amid stagnant nominal wages. And then we had cheap Russian energy fuel European industry, and some of it was intermediate stuff, some of it was finished goods. But think about the world as, you know, the US does QE because inflation is low and we can print money and nothing happens, reduce asset prices. The rich people import stuff from Europe, all high end. The poor people import stuff from China, all low end. And the service sector is getting immigrants to keep the sector employed and growing. That's it. And then we wake up and this world is gone. It's not because of the war in Ukraine. I think this world has been steadily getting dismantled ever since President Trump's administration. I mean, you know, the clampdown on illegal immigration started then. The trade war with China started then. It since then became a bipartisan theme. You know, China is a strategic adversary. We need to treat it as such, and you know, we keep on building a wall of sanctions around them. Then COVID hit. It caused a bunch of things. It spurred stimulus. It made people retire early. You know, this is also the time when the baby boomers were about to get retired anyway, but COVID accelerated some of that. A number of people, you know, came down with long COVID, mental health problems, substance abuse problems. I mean, these are all reasons that the Fed has written about as factors that have contributed to lower labor force participation. You also have a massive decline in labor, global labor mobility. So that cheap immigrant labor bit, you know, is gone because of all this. It doesn't look like it's coming back. Cheap goods out of China, again, zero COVID is one reason for it, but also China has become very expensive as it developed. And again, if we are a strategic, if they are a strategic adversary to us, we are a strategic adversary to them. And I think supply chains we need to think about as something that is kind of collateral damage. And this weaponization of supply chains, if you will, selectively, is going to be a persistent source of inflation. And then, of course, the latest iteration is we had this war in Ukraine, and it had a commodity price impact, and it had a grains price impact, and all of these things. Since the outbreak of the war in the Ukraine, what are we learning? What we are learning is that yes, everything that I just mentioned had a big cumulative impact on inflation. But my impression talking to clients, European clients, Asian clients, US clients, why do we have inflation? Well, the Fed overstimulated and the US Treasury overstimulated. It's nonsense. Inflation is at 10% everywhere, even in countries that didn't benefit from stimulus measures as big as what the US has done. So it's not just a messy reopening. It's not just stimulus. This is not cyclical inflation. This is structural inflation because labor policies, migration, demographics are changing, because the geopolitical balance of power in the commodity market is changing, and because the factory in the world and the consumer of the world just don't get along as well as they used to. People often like to make this point that, well, everybody is young in our industry, so no one has seen rising interest rates, so nobody knows how to trade rising interest rates. I think you can extend that same analogy to inflation. No one knows how to think about inflation. Okay, it's basically 30 years of financial market experience colored by nominal crises, which are basically all basis dislocations. If a fixed FX rate breaks, it becomes floating. The peg is broken. LIBOR OIS, cross currency basis, cash treasury futures basis. The LQD ETF is deeply below there's this basis between the underlying assets and the value of the ETF, stuff like that. And it's always the same. You just need to have someone that's going to throw balance sheet at this basis problem, and then the basis problem goes away. And so everybody approaches this spike in inflation today as if it was another basis dislocation. The Fed will raise rates 400 basis points, the Fed will shrink the balance sheet, and inflation will disappear. Okay? It doesn't work like that, because inflation is basically rooted in real factors. And those real factors, the supply of labor, commodities, and goods, is becoming extremely volatile, and supply curves have ricocheted back. And all that the central bank can do really is moderate demand by a wealth destruction and higher interest rates. But again, you're just playing this whack-a-mole game with where exactly is supply at any given point in time. It's just what we said earlier, that inflation is going to be very hard to pin down, and it's going to be very, very inflationary, very, very, very volatile. So what is a central bank to do? Well, a central bank has to raise rates, because it's a part of, it's your mandate. And they keep telling us, the only thing we care about at the moment is inflation at 2%. And then there's the other kind of scary thing about that, because we all believe the achievements of Paul Volcker, and we don't realize that Paul Volcker was lucky. Okay, it was very aggressive and he was a character, but he had luck. Okay, so what do I mean by that? He became a central bank governor in the late 70s, early 80s. And so, the mess he was brought in to clean up started a decade ago, the OPEC oil price shocks. And so there were two things that we're going for. Number one, we've had, by the time he raised rates, killed the interest rate sensitive parts of the economy and caused a big recession. By that time, we've had a decade of investment in fossil fuels. The North Sea oil fields were developed. The Norwegian. If you go to the NBIM's website, this is Norway's central bank that has a history of where we got our wealth from. There's a beautiful chart that shows rig counts and the physical number of barrels of oils pumped over time. That decade, production goes vertical in the Norwegian Sea. And then the US invested a lot in oil and gas fields too. But basically, by the time we had a big recession, he also had a ton of supply come into the oil and gas market, and prices collapsed. Easy. The second thing going for him was, this is 1981. President Reagan just fired the air traffic controllers because they dared to go on a strike. Okay. Whether you look at Europe or the US, I mean, everybody is striking as a national sport. Okay. The top labor lawyer of President Biden is encouraging unionization at Amazon, at Starbucks. And the president himself sometimes intervenes in tough wage negotiations at railways and whatnot. And so it nudges things in the direction of labor. And this the institutionalization and a renaissance of unionization is happening in a context of an extremely tight labor market. Okay, where you have like a physical shortage of people for reasons we talked about before. And so you unionize in a tight labor market where the most important inflation items that everybody is concerned about is food and energy. Okay, so what you have is a particularly combustible mix where, we used to look at core inflation for 30 years and we abstracted away from food and energy because who cares? Okay, the reason why people start asking for a higher wage is not because the car prices go up and flat screen TVs cost more, but because you can't afford to drive your car, because you can't afford to heat your house, and you can't afford to put a loaf of bread on the table. You look at Europe, you look at the US, that's the fundamental issue. So I think that the two things that central banks will be looking at, they will be abstracting away from the volatility of all these interesting things that are part of core services and core goods, all the tradable stuff, because I know it doesn't matter. The most important thing is food and energy inflation, shelter inflation, and the underlying shortage in the labor market. And when you look at the backdrop for all of these, Jay Powell's task is extremely complicated. I mean, his backdrop is completely the opposite from Paul Volcker's. So my prediction here would be that I think Jay Powell thinks he's Paul Volcker, but he doesn't realize he's actually Arthur Burns. But that's not going to say that doesn't mean he's not going to try very hard to do what Volcker would have done. It's just that he's not going to succeed. So I don't think that in the next 5 or so years we are going to see inflation go down to target and stay there. Which means in practical terms that I think the Fed is going to remain very aggressive. It's going to keep trying. I don't think that 3.5% is the peak of the hiking cycle. My bogey for the moment is somewhere between 5 and 6%. But basically, let me just conclude this bit by saying that the market is effectively pricing, at least before today's CPI report, the market was basically pricing that we will have this immaculate disinflation. Inflation is going to go down from here to target over the next 12 months, and we will have halted the biggest outbreak of inflation in 50 years with a hiking cycle, where the peak of the hiking cycle basically corresponds to negative real interest rates. And if that's true, I think we are all going to quit our jobs and go back to school and relearn economics.
I find myself nodding a lot with your comments. I think one of that inflation piece is really unusual for advanced economies. It's more recent history for emerging markets. I mean, Latin America had a whole lost decade where hyperinflation and political instability were related to the collapse in the oil markets that you were mentioning, Zoltan. And one of the things that has been such a positive from globalization's perspective is that many emerging markets have been able to implement inflation targeting and make inflation less volatile, which has made emerging markets investable for US and Japanese and European investors. Once inflation becomes predictable, then investing in equities and bonds makes more sense. So Monica, can you tell us a little bit more about how inflation is impacting Latin America or emerging markets in general? I know that you've mentioned that they have already had their struggles with inflation. I'd like to know, you have Argentina and Brazil, which are great grain exporters. You have Mexico and Brazil, which produce oil and they export oil. So I'd like to hear more about how Latin America is dealing with inflation pressures and any implications for emerging markets in general.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Allison. I think if there's one region in the world that can teach us to think about inflation, if we have, kind of forgotten what drives inflation, that region is Latin America because of its history and what happened there and what happened in the past and what's happening now. You mentioned Brazil and Argentina as grain exporters. Let me mention Brazil as Argentina as hyperinflation champions. Brazil having been the one country that ran a hyperinflation for more than 20 years. And having lived that history and participated actively in that history at a time when I was much younger, so I literally suffered the consequences of that history. Yes, inflation now is worrisome. Yes, we have issues that we need to contend with. Yes, perhaps we need to go back to the drawing board. I'm not sure we need to reinvent the whole discipline of macroeconomics, but certainly there are certain things that we do need to sort of sit back and take another and look at with different eyes, at least, or with a different perspective. But having said all of that, if there's one thing that Latin America teaches us very clearly, and it's a region that suffered all the volatility, all the shocks and everything else, it's that, yes, you can bring inflation down and you can even get rid of a hyperinflationary process that you've had for 20 years. You can do it. And the way by which you do it is not very different from what we still know. And what we still know is that if you have institutions that are credible in the sense that, they're not going to go out and debase the currency, which is what was happening in Latin America when it had hyperinflation, whether that be from the fiscal side or in fact from the monetary policy side, or a mixture of the two because you've got fiscal dominance in play, then, you can kind of begin to see what you do and where you end up inflation-wise. These days, the region is suffering with high inflation, but it is obviously nothing compared to its past. So it's high inflation that in many countries has been somewhat manageable, which is not to say that it has been good. I mean, obviously it hasn't. Brazil at the moment is one of the countries that, well, Argentina has very high inflation, but Argentina has issues of its own because its inflationary problems are tied to its very high degree of dollarization and therefore to whatever happens to the exchange rate. So in Argentina, whenever you have a devaluation, you get inflation. It's, one thing is the straight consequence of the other. In other places, yes, exchange rates do drive inflation somewhat, but not to the extent they do in Argentina because they're not as highly dollarized. And in Brazil at the moment, inflation is also high, as it is in other parts of the region. What are central banks doing? They're raising interest rates. Will that do the trick? Will that contain the problem, and will that in some way resolve the situation? Well, yes and no. It is obviously what needs to be done. There's no question about that. If we had any doubts about macro policies, we do know that you have inflation, you raise interest rates, and that does work. It may not work to the extent that you would like it to, because there are other moving parts in the economy, but it does work. So some level of containment can be expected in terms of the inflationary processes in the region. And I think the region has reached a level of maturity where questioning the central bank's actions is no longer a thing. So, populations at large, societies at large, politicians at large, they may do all sorts of crazy things and think all sorts of crazy things as well. But no one is pressuring central banks anymore in the region not to do what they're mandated to do. And that's a very good thing. That is at least one accomplishment that the region has managed to get for itself. Will central banks in the region be able to do enough to bring inflation down? Well, that kind of depends on your judgment about what enough is. In my view, if you're thinking about bringing inflation back in line with whatever target a particular country has, depending on the country and depending on its specific circumstances, it may happen. And depending on if it's another country, it may not happen. In Argentina, it has never happened. And so, it really does depend on which country you're talking about and what are the specific circumstances of that country. But I think what's important really to underlie here is that A, we know what the circumstances are of each of these countries. B, central banks by and large are doing their jobs without interference and without political interference, with autonomy, even if not with independence, with complete independence. And I think that's a big step forward, and it is one that will continue. That's not going to be reversed. That at least is not something that's in the cards at the moment, and I hope that won't be in the near future. That's not on anybody's radar.
I agree with that. Can I add something to that, please? May I?
Yes, of course. Sorry.
So I agree with everything you've said. I would just add one thing, which is that we always think about central banks as, it's a little bit like tennis, so you have the lines and you have your opponent and you know the rules, and so you try to kind of hit the ball within the line, and then normally you have your usual court, it's a hard court or a clay court or a glass court. But then the weather is good, but then the weather starts to rain and it becomes windy, and then the weather rains, so you slide differently on a hard court. When there's a tailwind, you hit the ball beyond the line. When there's a headwind, you hit the ball too short, and so you need to adapt. And so, but my point with this is that it's one thing to play tennis with the same partner on the same court in always perfect weather conditions, which is the way we are thinking about, that's the way we think about central banks. Like, they have their targets, inflation, full employment, demand this, demand that, supply is always the same. And then it's another to think about central banks when the backdrop is in flux. And I think that's one theme that I'm trying to emphasize on this call, that, this is not a unipolar world order. This is not a unified globalized world. This is a world that's fracturing, and where the weather is frosty, rainy, shiny, changing every 5 minutes. The court underneath you is changing after every hit of the ball, and the opponent you're playing with is also changing. So it's not as easy as it used to be. And even if there is no political interference and the central banks have, like the Fed has carte blanche to do what it has to do. I mean, the president told Jay Powell to go and fight inflation, but I mean, Jay Powell has a pretty complicated task because of the geopolitical issues that are lurking in the background.
Sultan, I'll just add to what you said, that while the weather may have been good for tennis in advanced economies for a very long time before we just faced what we faced, it has always been Wimbledon for emerging markets.
Yeah.
Sometimes you do in the game. So
that's why we have
that
very
has
good
really,
Latin American players.
Yeah, but that hasn't really changed.
I think that's an excellent metaphor to take a break and just check in with PushPem and LACERA to see if there are any questions. I see we have just a few more minutes, maybe 4 or 5 minutes before our panel concludes. So.
Hi, this is Gina Sanchez. I have a question mainly for Zoltan, but I just want Monica to know that I absolutely heard everything she said. But the question I have, Zoltan, is you kind of paint a really dire picture for the likelihood of success for Jay Powell. And I actually tend to agree with you that I believe that he is actually going to exacerbate the problem by pushing up shelter prices at the same time that all of these other structural prices are going up at the same time. What is the tipping point? Because there is a tipping point, I believe, of interest rates at which, you know, the US balance sheet becomes problematic. So how does that play out? I mean, you said it could go up to 5 or 6%. That could actually be pretty dramatic for fiscal policy in the United States.
Well, yes, I get that question a lot. It's, you know what Muhammad Ali said about his exercise regimen. I don't start counting until it hurts. I mean, you know, 300 basis points, is that painful? I mean, it's all priced in. So what exactly happened? Nothing. We are, you know, in a broad sense, it just started a bear market. Mortgage rates are up. Credit spreads are wider, but what happened? Nothing. You know, and again, like implicit in your question is, well, there is all this debt. Is this debt going to be constraining the Fed's ability to fight inflation? Is what you're asking, which is a little bit like, okay, it's World War III tomorrow. And then the Chinese look at their demographics and they say, well, we're going to be old and we are all going to wither anytime, you know, not too long anyway. You know, when you have these things, you don't walk into the fight with a defeatist attitude. And, you know, bond houses, for example, have this view. There's too much debt. We can't raise rates. Okay, so then we are going to be inflated away. I mean, my take on this, and I do believe this, so please bear with me. You know, in this country at least, mortgages are fixed. So raise rates to 10%. If you have a mortgage, you're fine. If you don't have a mortgage, house prices will come down and then things are going to even themselves out. I mean, there was a time when people paid 15%, 10% for a mortgage, but house prices were much lower. So, you know, things work themselves out. Think about the credit market. I mean, with all due respect to the credit market, it's been a creation of the portfolio balance channel. For a decade, we've been sucking duration out of the market by buying treasuries and mortgages. And then we told the market, go issue duration, do stuff with the money you raise. And what did we do? We did a lot of private equity deals. We did a lot of stock buybacks, and we paid a lot of dividends with cash that was trapped somewhere in Ireland and couldn't be brought home for tax reasons. We did not issue debt to build stuff. Now, is the credit market going to be somehow in the way, and, you know, CLOs and all this stuff, you know, God forbid we break that market, inflation is an issue, but we can't really raise rates because what's going to happen to the debt market? Well, again, the debt market is this particular kind of market which just kind of grew exponentially in size, doing all sorts of balance sheet engineering, which was profitable to do when rates were low, where inflation was not an issue, where companies didn't have to constantly retool, where companies didn't have to reshore, when companies just went to the lowest cost base and, you know, had everything made on contract by Foxconn and all that stuff in China. It's a different world. Then there's government debt. I agree with you that the debt sustainability of the US is going to be harder to maintain when interest rates are going to be 5%. But we all know that, you know, the infrastructure plan is going to cost $1 trillion. We all know that the baby boomers are going to retire. And I mean, you know, the Social Security commitments we have far bigger than the interest rate deal that we are talking about here. So do I think the Fed is going to conclude that we can only raise to 4%, even if inflation is at 8%, because we have too much debt? No. They will do whatever needs to be done to slow things down. again, it's like the same. I'm reading this book called Freedom's Forge. It's all the industrial effort that went into progress when the U.S. entered, or before the U.S. entered the Second World War. But basically, industry needed to be retooled to make the ships and the boats and the ammo and all that stuff. I mean, production capacity was, doubled, tripled every 6 months. So, why do I say this? Because again, like, you don't have the capacity when you enter the war, but you basically do everything you can do to make sure you win. You don't walk into it with a defeatist attitude, even if initially you have to, play catch up with the Germans. So my short answer is, I don't think that the level of debt is a constraint. I mean, I'm not saying we are going through 20%. I mean, that's probably not sustainable, but there is a number somewhere between 0 and 10, 10 included, that we might have to go to, and we'll just kind of adjust to a world like that. I mean, it's not, this is not like Francis Fukuyama that says, this is the end of history and it's a flat line from here. I don't think that it's true that interest rates cannot be higher than 4, 5, 6, 7%.
Okay.
There will be pain. That's what Powell says. I guess that's what he means. I'm not going to stop just because I'm going to cause pain in asset markets.
Questions? Comments? None? Forward.
Oh, 2:30.
Oh, break, all right, break already, geez. Well, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good luck.
Religious inflation. I also like this comment. China does not have a political system that is designed to prevent frustration.
Come in.
It's time.
Okay, I'm reconvening a meeting. It is 2:30. And we are going to go over embracing technology.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and trustees. My name is Mel, and I'm a member of LACERA's real estate team. As we begin our last segment of the day, this working group's goal is to create an engaging and interactive dialogue on a topic that is becoming more ingrained in our everyday lives: technology. More specifically, technology adoption within LACERA's investment division and how we use technology has improved our process and what the future may hold as LACERA approaches 100 billion in assets. This segment will consist of an introduction followed by 2 panels of senior leaders and industry practitioners across industry. And the first panel will cover how technology may help investment firms to develop an edge through sourcing, due diligence, and portfolio management. We will then transition into a second panel to cover the utilization of technology within operations and cybersecurity. The next few slides will serve as an introduction while touching upon LACERA's investment framework, provide context on LACERA's adoption of technology relative to its growth and evolution to its asset allocation. This redesigned graphic should look familiar as it comes from our 2021 board-approved work plan. For our guests today, LACERA's fundamental mission is to produce, protect, and provide the promised benefits. The framework helps to prioritize our attention on the 5 strategic initiatives that further drive asset allocation decisions while balancing risk reduction, return enhancement,
and the liquidity needs of the plan. As represented by the horizontal blue arrow, technology is the through line which touches everything in what we do within the investments division. And we will highlight a few examples on the next slide. Under enhancing operational effectiveness in red, daily pricing of investments within the portfolio has helped increase transparency by providing real-time performance updates that help inform our investment decisions. Moving across the graphic to the right, another example within maximizing stewardship and ownership rights. Under this initiative, we have climate risk positioning, which might be one of our more exciting areas for technology adoption. Continued progress has helped the plan with more climate-related data and reporting capabilities. The corporate governance team has been working with research data vendors to help better understand the total fund's exposure to climate-related risks. Additionally, technology has also helped raise LACERA tide. Diversity has always been a core value within LACERA's investment policy statement and was further elevated in 2020 through LACERA's Tide initiative. Here, LACERA initiated a division-wide effort to collect annual underlying demographic data from our investment managers, which will serve to help further drive investment outcomes through increased diversity and diversity awareness. The next slide puts into context the progress made over the past 10 years. 10 years ago, at $38.2 billion, the plan was nearly half the size it is today. At that time, the asset allocation had 6 classical categories, and the team utilized 2 technology solutions to drive investment results, equal to approximately 2 basis points of technology spend relative to the fund's assets. Today, the plan stands at $70 billion, with an incremental increase to 3 basis points of technology spend. While asset allocation subcategories grew from 6 to 15, the plan's complexity decreased through the formation of a portfolio analytics group, along with the inclusion of 6 additional technology solutions. As we look forward, our progress of reaching $100 billion, we have developed a sturdy foundation through process and experience. Understanding how technology has worked for us in the past and how it can help us perform our jobs better should be reasons why we seek to embrace technology. While we have listed out applications that the investment division has adopted, let's take a look at the next slide and see how it's incorporated into our process. Focused on the center of the slide is strategic asset allocation, the most important driver of long-term returns. Surrounding strategic asset allocation is the investment process framework, the process utilized to implement LACERA's strategic asset allocation. Lastly, orbiting this framework is the integration of technology that encompasses our process, creating a feedback loop. Starting with invest in the upper right, we provide examples of this integration. The adoption of technology has helped us gain greater control and transparency of assets through daily pricing and increased custodied assets. This transparency provides key daily pricing and increased custodied assets. These are then used to create LACERA's structure reviews, a crucial component of how we analyze asset allocation. Structure reviews enable us to better understand asset category risk, overall portfolio construction. Technology helps us benchmark returns and manage risk exposures while creating optimized portfolios at the sub-asset category level. Structure reviews also help to inform and guide us on how we monitor existing investments. Within Monitor, technology allows us to track and manage the plan's liquidity required to make benefit payments. Portfolio insights driven from analytics and monitoring better inform us on how and where we focus our diligence. Lastly, how we conduct diligence has changed as well. During the pandemic, social distancing requirements caused the investment division to transition to full remote diligence, aided by the use of technology, allowing us to continue investing. As we begin our first panel discussion, I will now turn it over to my colleague, Didier Acevedo, who will moderate. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mel. I hope everyone is appropriately caffeinated, but I believe this is going to be a very interactive and interesting conversation. I want to thank our panelists for making it all the way to Long Beach. I'll do a brief introduction from left to right. On my left is John Clacy, CEO of Alborn Partners. Alborn is LACERA's consultant and covers hedge funds, liquid credit, and real assets. He's here today to talk about Alborn's technology and how they use a central repository for research, and then how they're able to use machine learning to actually scrape and find data helpful in analyzing thousands of funds in real time from a DEI, ESG, and ODD perspective. Following John is Dave Snyderman, managing partner, global head of alternative credit and fixed income. Does that fit on a business card? He's here because he works at Magnetar. Magnetar is an liquid credit manager that focuses on doing both fundamental investing, but combining quantitative and data science to find opportunities that aren't readily available in the markets. When other managers are competing for collateralized loan obligations, Magnetar is out there trying to find payoff profiles that match similar cash flows of liquid credit. He can explain it better than I can. And then lastly, we have Pascal Gian, partner at Storm Ventures, another board-approved manager. Storm is an early-stage VC firm that focuses on business-to-business software. So to put that into context, there's a company out there called Salesforce.com that has a market cap of 166 billion. In 1999, 23 years ago, the value of that company was $1 million when it received its Series A investment. So many times, Storm is making investments in Series A software companies looking well into the future. So hopefully Pascal can talk to us about what the future of software adoption looks like. And with that, we'll start the panel. So how do you use technology, and can you define what edge is? And we'll go left to right.
Okay, thank you, Didier, and thank you for the invitation to join today. And we're proud of the partnership with the investment team at LACERA and to be able to support the board of trustees. And so Alborn is a consultant. And so when people think about consultants, they think about a people business and being out there kind of doing research and very kind of focused on the sort of timeshare on talent. But actually in our business, to be able to create and share the economies of scale that we do, particularly as we are a pure non-discretionary business, we've had to, and we've chosen to harness technology from day one of the firm. And actually, I've been living in California now for over 19 years, and I'm now American as the last couple of years. And when we first moved to the US, a lot of folk would kind of hear the word Alborn and say, "Oh, Alborn database." So actually, although we are first and foremost a consultant, we actually have always focused on the data and making access to our not only the raw data, but the research and the tools available to our clients, because that empowers our clients, maximizes the empowerment of your team for us to be able to collaborate. And so the systems that we have internally, and you'll hear, maybe you saw on the great sort of presentation, a lot of different third-party systems that your team are using, so different kind of systems. All of our investment systems we've built internally from day one, and it's fully integrated. So that's a source of differentiator or edge, is the fact that we have over a 60-person technology team within the firm, and we've built from scratch all of the analytics that sit on top of the database that we built and all the infrastructure to be able to capture that data. So when you think about the investment processes, and I only add one more to the four that are around the circle. So there's the screening or sourcing thousands of managers. Then you had to be able to then do due diligence, then the investing or implementation phase, and analyzing portfolio construction, as I would think of it, and then monitoring. And so in each of those areas, we're harnessing technology through our systems that go forward. And so Didier mentioned our central repository. So we have a website, had it for over 20 years, that we call the Castle. And the Castle is a secure extranet where clients can access all of our working out. And so that's been central to our proposition, is to make the data and the research reports and our analytics available to clients so that they're using the same tools that we use when it comes to formulating investment decisions based on screening the universe. And I can go into more detail, but we make it around the castle. I guess a lot of people, it's fresh in their mind, UK castles, with the sad passing of Queen Elizabeth II. But when you think about a castle, around a castle, there's often a moat. And so we take our responsibilities to you very seriously. We try not to take ourselves too seriously. We like the theme. So we actually have a moat space around the castle. So our clients can get into the castle, fund managers can go into the moat, and in the moat they can access, but they can also provide us data. They can see the sensitive personal data we hold on them, but they can also provide us with return information, performance information, exposure data, but also data around ESG exposures and integration and D&I data that was referenced earlier. So there's a whole range of data that then comes in and then flows through all of our business processes. I can go into a lot more detail maybe as we go through.
Save some room.
Yeah.
And we'll pass it over to Dave.
And thank you for having me today, and I'm honored to be here. I think when we talk about technology, I'll talk about the business and how technology is intertwined within the business. So at Magnetar, we manage about $13 billion of capital, but over $8 billion of that is in specialty finance. And what's interesting about specialty finance is, we all understand the assets. So these are assets and loans. So if you go and buy a car, we own some of those auto loans. If you go and buy a house, we own some of those mortgages. Even if you use your credit card, we're buying some of those receivables. And so for us, our main goal is to forecast cash flows going forward on each of these specialty types of assets through all different types of economic environments. So whether interest rates go up or down, inflation goes up or down, we're in a booming economy, we're in a recession, we have to have predictive models on each of these assets to understand, do we think we'll get back the principal and interest payments? So in order to put together these types of models, we need a tremendous amount of data, right? And with that data, it's not just for car loans, for instance. It's not just, hey, this person made a loan. We need to know everything about the individual. We need to know everything about the car, when the loan maturity is. We need to predict the residual values of the cars themselves, right? So once we have all this data, and we're looking at 20 different asset classes, right? So we have a tremendous amount of data in each of these asset classes, and usually it's somewhere between 20 and 30 years of data. The reason we need that is because we need to be able to go through economic cycles. Once we have the data, our next origination or the next loan that we're going to buy, we can then proxy against all the data we already have to get a valuation on that loan or asset. Now, we all know any one loan or asset is very hard to predict. Someone could win the lottery, someone could lose their job. But when we start to get into thousands or tens of thousands of loans or assets, these predictive models are very good. The math works. And so if we can think about 20 different asset classes, all the data around it, right? And all of our database management people managing this data, having predictive models and having diversification, that's our edge in the marketplace.
Could you put into perspective just the size of the data? Like how big is a file on auto loans or something along those lines?
Sure. For auto loans, we have, there's been $20 billion of applications, within our business, and we've accepted or originated about 7 billion of loans. Another example, we're looking at a bank wants us to finance a 2,000 loan small and medium enterprise portfolio for them in Europe. And so against those 2,000 loans, we have a database of 200,000 loans. And again, we're trying to match up the characteristics of those loans, right? And look at what the payoff profile is on those 2,000 loans that we're being offered, and how well does that fit into our portfolio?
Thank you. And then Pascal, how does Storm use technology, and can you talk about the importance of investing in software from a VC standpoint?
Yeah. Well, thanks for having me, and nice to meet you all in person. So Storm is a VC firm based in Menlo Park, and we focus on B2B enterprise software. So basically we're trying to find companies, businesses, helping other businesses streamlining their workflows that can be either manual, pen and paper, or Excel that requires manual work, or that has not been fully optimized. And we basically focus on companies that are at product market fit. What does that mean? Roughly companies that are getting close and accelerating to $1 million in recurring revenue. So these companies are usually up to $1 million in recurring revenue. You can see the CEO usually selling. And when you sell your business link to a business, it usually requires a human being to talk to somebody in the business. And so we see a lot of breakage between company getting to $1 million in recurring revenue to 10 million. Usually, you know, there's a frustration from the CEO thinking, I can sell. Why can't I hire a sales rep? And that sales rep, why can't he sell? What's wrong, right? What's wrong with him? And nothing is wrong with the sales rep. It's just that the CEO has a magic touch. And so what we're trying to do and what we focus and specialize in is what we call unlocking growth, helping companies cross $1 million in ARR and exponentially grow. Because you see a lot of companies crossing $1 million in recurring revenue, and then the growth slowly gets to 5 million, and it's not really what a VC expects. But for us, we really try to be hands-on and help companies accelerate across that $1 million. And to do so, we work very closely on sales and marketing and helping them build what we call the sales playbook. The ability to articulate how many touch points are needed from the first discussion with a prospect to a close, and articulate and document every step of that sales playbook, which then will be helpful for the sales rep to ramp up and be able to hit quota after 2 to 3 months. So that's what we focus on. And we're looking for these companies that are showing signals of getting that sales playbook that when somebody else on the CEO can sell, it's a very good signal for us. So that's kind of what we're looking for and the type of investments we make. What's available in terms of tools today is mostly tools for companies that are already raised a seed or a Series A. Companies that are like 4, 5, 6 million in recurring revenue. And these tools like PitchBook, CB Insight, if you're familiar with them, these tools will be very good at documenting and finding data on these companies that are past product market fit. And so for us, it's not very useful because we're looking for companies that are before that. And so how do you find them? And a lot of the sourcing we do has to do with personal relationship. We have a very diverse team. I'm French. I cover Europe. I'm American too, by the way, as of last year, but like I've a double nationality. And so we all kind of, one of my partners is Korean, another partner is Indian. So we cover a lot and build relationship with a lot of seed funds to get that sourcing and that deal flow. But we don't scale, and it's hard for us to really know where to spend our time. And we have great companies around the world, but like where should we spend our time in terms of looking at new companies we can invest in? And so that's why during COVID, that networking ability was reduced because we couldn't meet in person. We couldn't have these side discussions at networking events. So we thought, well, how can we replace that serendipity? How we can help ourselves, you know, with good deal flow. So we decided to find public signals available and scrape those to help us understand which startup is growing. The only way we could do that is because we're so laser focused. We look at B2B enterprise software companies that are under $1 million in revenue. So it's not like we're boiling the ocean. We can find these startups that are early, maybe at like 200 or 300K in revenue, and then track these signals, and then see which one is growing faster. So we know where to spend our time. So all of a sudden, it becomes manageable. So we build a little product, a little MVP. Nothing to compare to these two guys that are like managing a ton of data. This is a bit more homegrown type of little experimentation. And so one of the signals we're looking at is, for instance, number of employees, right? And again, it's not like from 100 to 200. We're talking about like 7 employees to maybe 15 very quickly. What does that mean? It means something is happening, something is growing, right? And so we get these signals, like we look at our signals as well, but like were good signals. We decided to put in our overall score to decide which company we should engage with and look at. So that's kind of like the story of, again, like very basic tool, but it's been tremendous in helping us spend the time we need to, the little time we have to spend in the right places.
Thank you. And so maybe that's a good transition to our second topic, which is how has software adoption changed, and what does your R&D pipeline look going forward? So that means, are you looking at future software that you can integrate, or to build your own software? And why don't you start, Pascal?
Yeah, so we're trying to make that little product we built a bit more productized. And being able, right now we're tracking 1,000 companies. So we'd like to get to 2, 3, 4, 5,000. That's one of the goal we have. And so having more coverage with the 5 people in the investment team. So that's one. The other thing we're thinking about is this ability we have of helping companies articulate the sales playbook. We build a lot of workshops around that. And so we really encourage the companies, like fill an Excel spreadsheet. And we talk about like the wow factor in the demo to really understand what gets the prospect to buy the platform or the tools they're selling. So we talk about like the date wow. It's like when you talk to a prospect and he's willing to take another meeting, that's the dating wow. And then the marry me wow is when the person is willing to buy. And we have like developed a very nice workshop around that. And we're thinking that moving forward, we're going to productize that and make the CEO kind of document the notes from the sales meeting